Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? Namaste and very warm welcome to all esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, academicians and delegates from across the globe. It is an honor to inaugurate this prestigious international conference on the topic role of higher education in sustainable tourism, innovation and economic development. A collaborative effort led by Kalika Multiple Campus in association with On Tourism Sustainability Academy, Oxford, UK, University Grants Commission, Nepal, Office of the Dean, Faculty of Management, Tribhuvan University, Pokhara Metropolitan City Office, and KC Group. Today, we gather to explore the transformative power of education in shaping a sustainable future for tourism and economic growth. This conference serves as a platform to exchange knowledge, share insights, and explore innovation. To begin this remarkable event, let us welcome our distinguished guest and officially commence the proceedings. So, I'd like to proceed the program formally. I'd like to request respected Mr. Kiran Kesi, the President of Campus Management Committee, Kalika Multiple Campus, to chair the inaugural event. And I'd like to request the team of Kalika Multiple Campus to welcome him with khada and flower. And we have the privilege of welcoming the chief guest of today's event, respected Professor Dr. Devraj Adhikari, the chairperson of University Grants Commission, Nepal. Participants, guests, and journalists to take the seat on their respective places. The journalist, Mr. Vinod Lavi Chane, and the journalist, Parsuram Paudel from National News Agency. So with these cheerings, we'll proceed forward to the national anthem. So may I request all of you to stand on your places to honor the nation. Thank you. I can see Professor Dr. Prithviraj Bastola, who himself is the board member of Kalika Metropolitan Campus Management Committee and the representative of TU for the campus, to take the seat. Thank you. I can see Professor Dr. Prithviraj Bastola, who himself is the board member of Kalika Metropolitan Campus Management Committee and the representative of TU for the campus, to take the seat. And we do have a journalist, Vasudev Paudel from National News Agency, to take the seat. Moving further, let me welcome to the podium Associate Professor Birenji Gautam, the campus chief of Kalika Multiple Campus, to welcome all the guest participants and highlighting the event.
Mr. Kiran Kesai, Chairman, Campus Management Committee, KMC, Chief Guest of Program, respected Professor Dr. Devraj Adhikari, University Grant Commission, distinguished guest, scholar, researcher, policymaker, and industry practitioner, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Kalika Multiple Campus Pokhara, I would like to welcome all the guests, keynote speakers, presenters, and participants of the conference at Pokhara. This landmark event organized by KMC in collaboration with OTS Academy UK with support of the University Grant Commission Nepal and the Office of the Dean Faculty of Management, Tribhuvan University is evidence to our commitment to fostering academic excellence, research and innovation in higher education. Established in 2048 BS, Kalika Multiple Campus has been a pioneer institution in the field of higher education dedicated to providing accessible and quality education. Over the years, we have actively engaged in research, faculty development, and curriculum enhancement to equip our students with 21st century skills. This conference is another milestone in our journey, bringing together experts and professionals from diverse backgrounds to deliver our critical issue related to sustainable tourism and the role of higher education in economic development. As the world faces unprecedented challenges including climate change, economic shift and evolving technological landscape, it is imperative to explore sustainable solutions that integrate education, innovation and industry collaboration. This conference provides an invaluable platform for sharing insights, discussing emerging trends and formulating actionable strategies that can drive sustainable tourism and economic growth. We are honored to have esteemed plenary speakers, researchers and participants who will contribute their experience and knowledge to this crucial discussion. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all our collaboration and supporting organization, keynote speaker, paper presenter and participants for their valuable contribution. My special thanks go to the dedicated organizing team of KMC for their relentless efforts in making this conference a reality. I am confident that this conference will serve as a catalyst for new collaboration, groundbreaking research and impactful policy recommendations. I encourage all participants to actively engage, share their perspectives and work together, shaping a more resilient and sustainable future for tourism and higher education. KMC family is pleased to have renowned professors, academicians and professionals from home and abroad at the Pokhara. I wish for your comfortable stay in Pokhara. Please feel free to share if there is any inconvenience during your stay in Pokhara. And last, welcome to all again and thank you very much.
I'd like to request Naren Prasad Thakal, the campus chief of Mahakavi Devkota campus, to take the seat. And thank you, campus chief, for highlighting the event and for the words of welcome. Now we are formally inaugurating the program. I'd like to request the chief guest, Professor Dr. Devraj Adhikari, the chairperson of UGC Nepal, to light the lamp and formally interact with the session. And to keep the company, I'd like to request the chair of the event, Mr. Kiran Kesi, and campus chief, Mr. Birenji Gautam. In this course, let me request to take the seat Professor Dr. Tara Prasad Upadhyay from Lumbini Banidje campus. I think I've already taken the name before as well. Thank you, Chief Guest, thank you, Chair and Campus Chief, and all the guests for taking part in the inauguration by lighting the lamp. We have few best wishes speech by special guest and guest. So let me open up the best wishes speech by a young emerging tourism entrepreneur. He holds various posts in various organizations, including Ray-Ban, Toastmasters, and he got his education abroad, and he is also been involved in Barai Group of Hospitality. Mr. Vaibhav Paudel will be here in the podium to deliver the best wishes speech for the conference.
And a very warm welcome to Pokhara, the tourism capital of Nepal. Respected chairperson, chief guest, distinguished guests, scholars, and all the delegates. As the director of Barai Hospitality and Leisure, I, Vaibhav Paudel, am honored to express a short welcome remarks. Dear all, warm welcome to all the participants of the International Conference on Role of Higher Education in Sustainable Tourism, Innovation, and Economic Development, organized by Kalika Multiple Campus, Pokhara. This conference is vital and impactful for the betterment of sustainable tourism, innovation, and higher education. Hotel Barai and Pokhara as a whole is honored to host such a various and prestigious event here. Special thanks to Mr. Kiran Kesi and Mr. Birenji Gautam for coordinating such a huge event in Pokhara.
For the tourism
I would also
entrepreneurs,
like to invite you all
young youth,
to the Nepali New
as
Year
well.
Festival hosted by Hotel Association
will be shown the
from
way
30
for
to
our
Baisakh
government,
1st in Lakeside,
our
Pokhara.
bureaucrats, and our
Lastly,
entrepreneurs
wishing you all
as well.
a
Our leaders
prestigious, positive,
finding out the
and wonderful
solutions
stay in beautiful
on the
Pokhara. Pokhara pure as paradise.
tourism
Visit Pokhara
and
2025.
development,
Thanks so much.
said as well, sustainable tourism, how we organize.
Thank you, and let me
not
remind
only
him,
paper,
he has already
I
been in
think
the
this
prestigious
event
organization
will show
titled
the right
Nepal
way
Young
of
Entrepreneurs
government.
Forum as well.
Because
So,
in my own
representing
experience,
all the community
I was
campuses,
half of my
I'd like to request
time I
the
spent in the sports, and
Professor
after
Dr.
my sports
Tara
life,
Upadhyay
I
to
come
be
to
here
tourism. I was
for
enjoying
best
in all the
wishes
90s
message.
tourism in Nepal.
Very good morning to
That was
everybody over
time
here.
the democracy was come. It was
Start
really
with the
happening. Everybody is happy to work in tourism field and go to their college and go to the university as well. And they all the highly
You have the right to
this,
perform
they
your
became
duty,
they started as a
not
small
to the
job,
fruits
but
of
they
the
became
grace.
now owners of the
Mr. President of
industry,
this prestigious
which
session
is I'm
and
really
the
proud of
program,
them.
Mr.
and
Kiran
myself.
Kesi, Chief Guest,
But
University
nowadays,
Grants Commission,
After democracy,
Chairman,
after we are
Professor
posing
Dr.
problems,
Devraj
the
Adhikari,
art tourism getting down and
Professor Dr.
down. And it
Mahananda
is
Dean, Faculty of
political
Management,
instability
and all the dignitaries
and development
on the
work
dais
is not done
over here,
well.
of the dais
So that
over
I
here.
think why I'm
All the keynote speakers,
focusing on this, a
participants,
lot of tourism entrepreneurs and
stakeholders,
job holders lost
journalists,
their jobs and their
and all of
business.
you. A
And
warm
this day,
good morning
a lot of youth,
you.
3,000,
A very
3,500 youth
short
go abroad every day.
Data
And
is
government is
concerned
blind.
with
Maybe they didn't hear or they
this
didn't
particular
see these
conference.
problems.
Role of higher
And the
education
population
in
problem is not a
sustainable
part of
tourism,
all these young
innovations
people go
and
abroad, they will
economic
make their baby
development.
abroad, they will not come
Collaboration
back.
with the
Then all the world people will be in Nepal after
the
30
Kalika
years.
multiple campus
What is the
organizing
data? I
this
don't want to
one.
base my data and
Marvelous,
all my
wonderfully given
professors are
for
here.
enlightening
You know all
the
the Google data and everything,
the
and the
academic
books
part,
are written, but I was talking about my
alignment with
experience
the
and what I
industry
see from
and
my eyes.
tourism over here.
This is much more important.
If you look at the
That's why
short
this
data,
event,
that is for 2021, the total
conference will
labor
guide
force
our
that is
bureaucrats,
engaged in Nepali
our
tourism
leaders,
industry was 371,140. That is 11.5% of the total workforce. If you go with the 2023, it is 1.19 million job. That is 15.2% of the total workforce of Nepal. The trend is increasing, but we have some impact on this tourism industry. The impact could be, we can manage them. That is concerned with the cultural erosion, environmental degradation, and the prospect of the tourism industry could be the ecotourism and community tourism and digitization in the tourism. Saying this one, I am really very glad to over here representing all the campus chief of community campuses, and I would like to say, Mr. Biranji, this is a wonderful job you are organizing over here. We are very pleased to come over here and saying this one, Shubha Bhayatum Subha Bhavantu, Mangalam Bhavantu. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with the words of wishes. Now, Mr. Ganesh Patrai, the senior tourism entrepreneur, will be here for best wishes speech representing the tourism industry. He is the former board member of Nepal Tourism Board, past president of Pokhara Tourism Council, and all other organizations.
I would like to welcome in Pokhara behalf of Pokhara citizens, local people and tourism entrepreneurs. I hope this international conference to held in Pokhara is our proud and pride, and as well at the same time I hope this program will benefit it for the tourism entrepreneurs, young youth, and as well, it will be, all the doctor and professor will be show the way for our governments, our bureaucrats, and our tourism entrepreneurs, as well our leaders, to finding out the solutions of the tourism and development, and same as well sustainable tourisms, how we organize, not only in the paper, in actions. So I think this event will show the right way to our government. Because in my own experience, I was come behalf of my time I spent in the sports, and after my sports life career, I come into tourism. I was enjoying in all the 90s tourism in Nepal. That was time the democracy was come. It was really happening. Everybody is happy to work in tourism field and go their college and go their university as well. And they all are highly qualified these days. They start as a small job, but they became now owners of the industries, which is I'm really proud of them and myself. But nowadays, after democracy, after we have political problems, our tourism getting down and down, and it expects political instability, and development work is not done well. So that I think why I'm focusing on this, a lot of tourism entrepreneurs and job holders lost their jobs and their business. And these days, a lot of youth, 3,000 to 3,500 youth go abroad every day. And government is blind, maybe they don't hear or they don't see these problems. And the population problem is another part of Nepal. All these young people go abroad, they will make their baby abroad, they wouldn't come back. Then all the world people will be in Nepal after 30 years. What is the data? I don't want to base on the data and talk because all of my senior professors are here. You know all the Google data and everything and the books what is written, but I was talking about my experience and what I see from my eyes. This is much more important. That's why this event, this conference will guidance our bureaucrats, our leaders, and our government to show the way, to path, to do respect the professors and the lecturers and even the college or high school headmasters. What is the value of the masters and headmasters and the university lecturers and professors? These days our politicians are not giving the value for academic people to find out the solution, to put the money and the research to finding out the solutions. That's why all the people are suffering in these countries. So that I hope this interaction will be open our government eyes, and I think they'll give a value of all the professors and the researchers, the finding way out their hard work, the analysis report or thesis, they will go to study and do betterment of the Nepal and Nepalese. And I hope that from international arena, you have been seeing also our geopolitics to disturb our development and our things over here. So all our people who are suffering since long time, they are victimized, but they don't have any rules in government. They just are voters. That's why I hope the international community will be look after this problem to solve out and have a good solution for as a human being for those undeveloped, underprivileged people will get. Because what I have seen when I was a young boy, like 18s, I was in Karnali regions. But when I go after many years, 20 years, it's same. Now when I go also it's same. It doesn't change and it doesn't affect anything. So I think we have a Pokhara, the capital and major city of tourism, not only that. We have to go far west to Karnali region also to develop our tourism. I think the sustainable tourism way out will be help for our tourism and to finding the solution for the sustainable tourism. And once again, I would like to welcome all of you, all the distinguished guests, Dr. Professor, to here, to have this conference, and I think we'll set out some way out for our government and for tourism development, Minister of Tourism as well. And I would like to once thanks for the Kalika multiple college presidents, principal, and all the professors to organize this program in Pokhara. I hope you have a pleasant stay with us in Pokhara, and Pokhara people is always welcoming international people as a tourism cities. So thank you very much, and I would like to once thanks for the Kalika multiple college to give me this opportunity to talk a few words to welcoming all of you. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh Bhattrai. Let me remind you, he is the former Deputy Mayor of Pokhara City and the international boxing player as well, former. With this note, let me call to the podium Professor Dr. Eugenia Wickens, the Chair of On Tourism Sustainability Academy, Oxford, UK, to share the words of best wishes.
I'm sure that you agree with me. This has been a fantastic morning so far, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank Ramsey Gatman, who is the principal of Kalika Multiple Campus, the chair, and all those people involved in the organization of this conference. They have done a fantastic job, really they have, and I believe it will be a success too, and I'm looking forward to your presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Eugenia Wickens, for making it short and sweet, and we'll be witnessing her presentation after the tea break. Now, I'd like to request Professor Dr. Pushkar Bajracharya, the Senior Management Educator, to take the seat. May I welcome to the podium Professor Dr. Mahananda Charise, Dean, Faculty of Management, Trivandrum University, for the words of best wishes. And he is the special guest of the inaugural session as well.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, distinguished professor, respected academics, and esteemed guests. Good morning to you all. It is both privilege and profound honor to stand before you as a part of this conference today to extend my heartfelt congratulations to KMC family on behalf of Faculty of Management, Trivandrum University. As we know that Nepal is a country known for its rich cultural heritage, unparalleled natural beauty, and the towering Himalayas is at the corner roads of the remarkable opportunity. Our tourism industry, which is a cornerstone of the national economy, faces lots of increasing pressure to balance the need for economic growth with the importance of environmental preservation, cultural sustainability, and social equity. So it is this context that role of higher education has never been more crucial, and it is our duty to connect higher education system in the Nepal and for the sustainable development, not only the tourism sector as well as other sectoral aspects of the management. As we know that higher education institutions in Nepal are not only hubs for the intellectual development of young minds, but at the same time also play a critical role in driving innovation, especially in the tourism sector. As we know, the integration of sustainability principle into the curriculum of the tourism and other different sectoral management programs can help create next generation of leaders, thinkers, practitioners who will shape the future of Nepali society and the economy. And I believe that Nepal's tourism, much like the rest of the world, is undergoing a shift. We must focus on sustainable tourism to present our national cultural heritage for future generation. Of course, higher education institution can guide research and innovation, curriculum development, especially in the ecotourism and responsible tourism management and capacity building, and therefore the role of higher education in sustainable tourism, innovation and economic development in Nepal cannot be overstated. Through research, curriculum development, community engagement, and international collaboration, Nepalese higher education can catalyze a transformation in Nepalese tourism sector, which one that is economically rewarding, environmentally sustainable, and culturally enriching. And as we move forward, let's us empower and this potential of our higher education institution to be the driving force of a future in the which Nepal's tourism sectors contribute not just to the economy, but to the preservation of our national and cultural wealth. So therefore, let us equip our students and professionals with tools, knowledge, and vision that is necessary to make Nepal as a global leader in sustainable tourism for economic development. Because we have seen in this international conference, we are gathered here lots of the professor, academician, researcher, and the practitioner. So it is the right time even to connect our higher education institution, to connect our higher education practices with the sustainable development. So I wish grand success of this program, and because I have seen lots of the paper related with this sustainable development, related with this higher education institution. How can higher education institution contribute to the sustainable development of Nepal in the various aspects? I hope this 2 days conference will give more consensus to design the future and to design the approach of the tourism sectors. Especially this Pokhara is a capital city of the tourism, and then this is a very interesting and very powerful international conference which gives some kind of the direction, some kind of the visions to direct the tourism activities and tourism innovation product, especially to the Pokhara as well as the Nepalese society. So with this, I really appreciate and congratulate to Kalika Multiple Campus in organizing this very powerful international conference, which are very relevant in the present needs, connecting with the higher education institution. Because after, if you see from the last 10 years, we need to redefine and revisit the system and approach of the higher education to focus with the sustainable development of the different aspect of the society. So I do believe that this conference will create some kind of the contribute in the Nepalese society through the sustainable development. So with this, giving me this opportunity, thank you KMC family, and thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The special guest, Professor Dr. Mahananda Chalisay, the Dean of Faculty of Management, Tubera University, for enlightening us with the best wishes speech. I'd like to request to take the seat Dr. Baburam Adhikari from Mother Bhandari Memorial Campus. Now we are almost approaching to the end of the inaugural session. May I request the chief guest, Professor Dr. Devraj Adhikari, the chairperson of University Grants Commission Nepal, to deliver the speech.
Esteemed chair of the conference, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates from university across Nepal and beyond, members of the media, and dear friends. It is an honor to stand before you today on behalf of the University Grants Commission, Nepal, and to express heartfelt congratulations to Kalika Multiple Campus for orchestrating this significant international conference in the picturesque city of Pokhara. This city, often referred to as the jewel of the Himalaya, is not just a breathtaking backdrop to our discussion, but a vibrant testament to the cultural and natural wealth that Nepal embodies. As we gather here, it is crucial to acknowledge that in 2023, Nepal welcomed over 1 million tourists, marking a significant yet still modest global presence as we ranked 147th in terms of tourist members. Our nation is known for its breathtaking landscapes and a rich cultural tapestry, essential components of adventure and cultural tourism that define the very essence of who we are. However, the recent Travel and Tourism Development Index highlights both the potential and the critical areas in need of improvement. Despite our immense capacities, our rank of 105 underlines the urgent need for enhancing our travel and tourism resources, particularly those related to non-leisure and cultural experiences. While precise number might elude us, it is estimated that approximately 40 to 45% of all travelers to Nepal choose to visit Pokhara, underscoring its significance as a key destination within our national tourism landscape. This undeniable contribution of tourism to our economy, generating nearly 6.7% of Nepal's GDP and supporting over 1 million jobs, serves as a reminder of the responsibility we bear as steward of this industry. As we embark on our discussion today, we must reflect deeply on the World Commission on Environmental and Developmental definition of sustainable development. Our goal here is to devise innovative strategy for tourism development that address the needs of the present without sacrificing the ability of future generations to thrive. In this context, we must turn our attention to higher education institutions and their vital role in fostering this endeavor. Sustainable tourism in Nepal is not merely about preserving our natural environment or safeguarding our cultural heritage. It is about empowering local communities and driving the nation's economic development forward. We must strive to minimize the adverse impacts of tourism while maximizing its benefit to our ecosystem, our society, and our economy. The intertwined nature of sustainability and innovation mandates that we innovate continuously, exploring new products, processes, and services that not only stimulate economic growth but also enhance societal well-being and environmental health. We are at a crossroads in our approach to tourism. The traditional paradigms of the industry are rapidly becoming inadequate in the face of pressing environmental and societal challenges. The impact of global climate change are palpable, manifesting in rising temperatures, increased frequency of extreme weather events, and altered ecosystem, all of which profoundly affect tourism comfort, destination appeal, and the sustainability of tourism activities. In light of this landscape, higher education institutions must assert their pivotal role in developing a skilled workforce, promoting sustainable practices, and spearheading research and innovation that will pave the way for a thriving and competitive tourism sector. Regrettably, our current educational frameworks and initiatives have not sufficiently addressed these challenges or harnessed the opportunities available within the tourism industry. To build a robust future for tourism in Nepal, we must ensure that higher education institutions engage actively in research and development, focused on innovation within this essential sector. The mere conferment of academic degrees is insufficient to advance the sustainable initiative our nation so desperately needs. We find ourselves in urgent need of actionable research, transformative ideas, and collaborative efforts that can propel us toward a brighter future. As we delve into the rich discussion awaiting us, I am optimistic that this conference will ignite meaningful conversation, inspire innovative solution and for pathway for managing our tourism sustainably and responsibly. Together, let us envision and cultivate a tourism industry that is not only a backbone of our economy, but also a guardian of our nature and cultural heritage, ensuring a thriving legacy for generations to come. Thank you all for your commitment and participation. Let us embark on this journey together with purpose and passion. Thank you very much, Kalika Multiple Campus again, Birenji and Chairman sir.
Thank you, Chief Guest, for blessing us with your kind words. May I request respected Pandana Kesi ma'am, the board member of Kalika Multiple Campus, to take the seat. As we are almost at the end of the program, may I request Mr. Kiran Kesi, the President of Campus Management Committee, Kalika Multiple Campus, to share his words as a chairperson and formally adjourn this inaugural session. I will be seeing you after the inaugural session. It's me, Dipendra Bahari, the faculty of Kalika Multiple Campus.
Namaste to everyone and very warm welcome to you all. It is my great honor to stand before you today as a chairperson of Kalika Multiple Campus Management Committee. On behalf of our institution, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all the distinguished guests, esteemed academicians, researchers, policymakers, and industry leaders who have joined us for this international conference on the role of higher education in sustainable tourism, innovation, and economic development. This conference is a testament to our commitment to bridging academic with industry, fostering innovation, and contributing to sustainable development. As a community-based institution, Kalika Multiple Campus has always prioritized quality education and research-driven initiatives. We firmly believe the higher education is not just about knowledge, but also about shaping the future, especially in sectors like tourism, which hold immense potential for economic growth and sustainability. Tourism is more than an industry, it is an opportunity. It has the power to drive economic transformation, create employment, and uplift communities. However, for tourism to be truly sustainable, we must integrate education and research innovation into its policies and practices. That is why we are here today to exchange ideas, share researches, and explore collaboration that will contribute to the more resilient and sustainable future for tourism and economic development. This event would not have been possible without the dedication and support of our co-organizer, OTS Academy, Oxford, UK, and our esteemed supporter, including the University Grant Commission, Nepal, and the Office of Dean, Faculty of Management, Tribhuvan University. I sincerely thank them for their invaluable contribution. I also want to express my deep appreciation to all our keynote speakers, researchers, participants, and hard-working organizing team for their effort in making the conference a success. I believe that these insights shared, the discussion held, and the connection made here will spark new ideas and initiatives that will drive sustainable growth, innovation, and economic progress. So let us come together, exchange knowledge, and work towards a future where education and tourism go hand in hand for a more sustainable world. Thank you, and I wish you all productivity and insight conference. Thank you.
Strategic Human Resource Management and an MBA in Marketing, he has made significant contribution to academia and research. He has held numerous leadership positions such as Head of School of Management, Director of MPhil Program, and Chairman of various academic committees at TU and Popper University. As an expert consultant, he has worked with organizations like Nepal Rashtra Bank, UN Women, and UNICEF, specializing in knowledge management and strategic planning. Dr. Chalise is a visiting professor at international universities in South Korea, China, and India. He has presented research at global conferences covering topics such as knowledge management, HRM, and management education. His extensive publication includes studies on corporate social responsibility, banking performance, and higher education. He has also coordinated research programs, policy development initiatives, and curriculum reforms. With memberships in esteemed organizations like the International Management Association and Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nepal, Dr. Chalise continues to shape Nepal's management education and research landscape. So, let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Chalise for his presentation.
I really welcome in my session of ESG and sustainable development, Nepalese experience. So this issue is very pertinent, as we know that United Nations adopted sustainable goals, 17 sustainable goals. Out of 17 sustainable goals, if you see, more than 15 goals are related with environment, society, and governance. And so this presentation and this is the working paper, and this working paper is based on document analysis, review-based methodology, systematic literature review with the different articles, working paper, thematic paper, and white paper. So as we know that the world needs to change, because we are facing lots of the problems. The world is facing many real challenges which are very important, and in some cases are very urgent, because not only the Nepalese scenario, if you see even in the international scenario, there are lots of the social problems have been substantially increased. In case of the climate change, poverty, corruption, human rights, discrimination, labor issues, food security, pollution, and there are significant issues and the problems which are very urgent. Even in the Nepalese society, even we are not isolated from these problems. So just I start this presentation with the understanding of this environmental, social, and governance issues. This is a very important framework for assessing an organizational impact and sustainability. Suppose if you see the evidences of the European Union and other developing countries, not only that, even our neighboring country, India, China, Bhutan, they have already started the issues and metrics of measuring the environmental, social, and governance. Even every organization, every companies, they have to declare their impact and their issues through ESG certification as a part of this ESG framework, and therefore it plays crucial role in driving responsible business practice and sustainable development. And even Nepal, because this is also very interesting and burning issues, as developing nation can leverage ESG to address economic, social, and environmental challenges. If you see, sustainability means this is the balancing the claims of the present against the claim of the future. And of course we make the world a better place. Everybody we want, every society, every country, through their development process, they want defining a more balanced use of the natural resources, tackling climate change and caring for the environment, building a pure society, and driving better corporate governance. And so in order to design all this framework, in order to provide all these issues, and of course this ESG investing can assist with all of these factors. And these are the simple components. If you see the ESG framework and ESG components, there are lots of the construct and dimension of this social supply chain standard issues, labor management, health and safety, human capital development, and environmental perspectives, climate change, natural resources, pollution and waste, biodiversity, and while talking in the case of governance, corporate governance, corruption and instability, executive pay, board diversity, business ethics. And even that is a great research area even in the Nepalese society and Nepalese academia. So how is the practice? Because rather practice, we need to create higher, even higher, connecting with the higher education. We need to create, and we have to go for the first academic advocacy with this very powerful dimension and powerful construct of the environmental, social and governance. And this is the role of the higher education to create awareness through our curriculum, through our pedagogy, through community engagement and through other even in the international collaboration activities. I want to present here some of the key ESG statistics. If you see increasing ESG investments globally, 35 trillion USD in ESG asset by 2025. And strong regulatory framework in Europe and United States like a EU taxonomy, that is called the SEC regulations, and about 90.6% and S&P 500 companies, the 500 biggest US companies and 70% of the Russell 1000 company, a group of the 1000 most influencing US business based on market value, published reports on ESG data. The practices of the ESG even in the international scenario. Around 83% of consumer believe companies are responsible for shaping ESG best practices. Meaning that the customer, they have high perceived value, those who contribute in the environment, social issues and the governance issues. And 4 of 5 investors plan to increase ESG investment in the next 5 years. And more than 85% of investors think ESG investment build resilience and unlock better financial returns. But however, 75% companies believe they are not ready for regulation or ESG data assurance. This is really a challenging. And another, if you see some of the regional status of the ESG, in India, the business responsibility and sustainable reporting, which is called the BRSR framework, was introduced in 2011 for the top 1,000 companies, becoming mandatory in fiscal year 2023, while SCBIS and BRSR core introduced in 2023 applies to the top 150 companies from fiscal year 2024. And even in the case of Bangladesh, has already started green banking regulation practices in 2011, and then Sri Lanka sustainability linked with the bonds. This is the World Bank reports of 2022. And Asian Development Bank ADB has funded multiple ESG driven projects in South Asia. So, because while connecting with the ESG approach with the SDGs, so I try to, the 3 different perspectives like environment, which is more connected with the sustainability and climate action. Second, social and is related with the people and community well-being. And governance, this is ethical leadership and compliance. And it is really necessary if you want to connect with the higher education system or how far our Nepalese higher education institution, they are able to connect these 3 issues through their teaching learning process, research activities and the curriculum developments. This is the great questions and this is the great issues for us. And if you see this like environmental issues, sustainable goal 6, clean water and sanitation, sustainable goal 7, clean and affordable energy, sustainable goal 12, responsible consumption and production. Likewise, if you see in the social case like people and community well-being, SDG goal number 1, starting goal number 1, no poverty, to goal number 3, goal number 5, 6, 8 and 10. Similarly, if you see some of the dimension and construct under the governance, which covers the ethicals and leadership compliance, this goal number 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, to goal number 6 and 17. So this is the connection of the ESG link with the sustainable development goals. And therefore, almost 15 goals are highly related with the environmental, social and governance. And therefore, we need to think, we are here as academician and policymaker and the practitioner, how far we can connect all these goals in our higher education and teaching learning process. And if you see the state of ESG in Nepal, so regulations, because Nepal Rashtra Bank already established the ESRM, Environment Social Risk Management Guidelines. This ESRM guidelines is declared by the Nepal Rashtra Bank, and in 2018 and updated in 2022 aims to enhance ESG in finance, but enforcement is very weak. And therefore, so before implementing these things, so this is the role of we academician and we researcher to create the advocacy and to create the awareness of these issues in the Nepalese society and Nepalese economy. Another, this is the green finance and green taxonomy. Nepal is exploring green bonds but needs policy reform. Yes, of course, if you see even in the private sector, financial sectors, and some of the policy makers, they are talking about the green finance, and even Rashtra Bank introduced the green taxonomy. But still, we are not getting the right framework that would be useful to implement this green taxonomy in the Nepalese economy. Yes, we are talking about the net zero goals, aim for net zero emission by 2045, the major reduction by 2030, because we have to meet the target of sustainable development goal up to 2030. So it is also some kind of the position of the ESG in the Nepalese society, and we are very, very good practices and the good evidences in case of the community forest, like the local community successfully managed forest and boosting biodiversity. If you see the community forest approach in Nepal, this is really a very good practice. And environmental innovation, that is necessary flooding treatment, wetlands are cleaning polluted lakes, and we have lots of Nepal need stronger ESG policies. Even if you want to get some foreign direct investment, or if you want to go for the international collaborations, and of course most of the development agency or international organizations, they see your or our ESG certifications. Otherwise, it is very difficult to do for the international collaboration in case of loss of the foreign direct investment and other areas of the opportunities. And sustainability is a key sector in Nepal, because while talking in the sector-wise, this banking and financial sectors, this green financing and responsible investment, the Nepal Stock Exchange has been promoting green financing and responsible investment initiative. Similarly, Rashtra Bank has introduced this ESG policy initiative. In October 2024, Nepal Rashtra Bank published the Green Finance Taxonomy, which covers and which is related with the environment, society, risk management approach, and to guide the sustainable finance practices in the Nepalese corporate sector, as well as if you see even in the energy sectors, hydropower sustainability and impact assessment, that is very necessary. The International Energy Agency, IEA, has been assessing hydropower sustainability and its impact in Nepal. And similarly, investment in renewable energy project. The World Bank has been investing in renewable energy project in Nepal. So if you talk about like in manufacturing and industry status of the ESG practices for the sustainable development, adoption of the eco-friendly production practices, the Nepal Chamber of Commerce and other agencies, they have started to encourage eco-friendly production practices in the Nepalese society and Nepalese economy. Similarly, we have labor rights and ethical supply chain issues, and the International Labour Organization has been substantially supporting and advocating for labor rights and ethical supply chain in Nepal. And talking, this is a major agenda of the today's this international conference, higher education for in sustainable tourism, innovations and economic development. Of course, we have to bring some new ideas, new approach that should be different as compared to others. Is related to more innovation. Of course, our product, our services, our approach, our knowledge is innovative and definitely it works in the society, and sustainable tourism practices is very essential, which this tourism sector is contributing significantly in Nepalese economy or Nepalese GDP. And therefore, the United Nations World Tourism Organization has been promoting sustainable tourism practices in Nepal and cultural heritage preservation. But the thing is that we have to raise, because I have seen here lots of the entrepreneur or businessmen or the practitioner from the tourism sectors, whether these practices are really relevant or compatible to the Nepalese system or not. Sometimes if you see some of the international practices we want to impose or we want to implement here, but whether we do the research or not and whether these practices are really useful to exploit the Nepalese local resources or not, or to help the community through the loss of the innovative tourism programs. That is the great questions. And we have lots of challenges to ESG adoption in Nepal, because I myself and Bashal, we have done the research in 2024 and we identify the challenges to ESG adoption in Nepal, and this is of course this is a lack of regulations, and then so that Nepal government has to make the mandatory how your company, how this hotel, how that organization contributing environment, society and governance. What is your score? And accordingly, the concerned authorities should have to certify in the that on the basis of these regulatory mechanisms. And of course, we have a very weak enforcement and existing policy. Of course, Rashtra Bank introduced these ESRM guidelines, but poorly implemented. So therefore, we need the commitment from the public sector, private sector, and the government sectors. And limited awareness, low understanding of ESG among business and investor, and this in this area there will be more role of the university. There will be more role of the higher education to create the awareness, to create the academic advocacy, to do the research in this area, and so we can glorify the awareness level to the society. And we have lots of funding gaps, insufficient green finance mechanism and investment, data transparency and issue, lack of standardized ESG reporting and disclosure. That is necessary because there are lots of the guidelines and there are lots of the indices that we have to see very best practices adopted by the European countries. And still we have a traditional business mindset, resistance to sustainable practices. Even still we are unable to create the awareness to our business men or to the practitioner the role of ESG, and uncertain policies and infrastructure gap. Of course, this creates some challenges of ESG adoption in Nepal. And we have lots of opportunity, yes, if you really adopt ESG practices, and growing green finance is the worldwide agenda, worldwide issues, expanding access to green bonds and the sustainable investment funds and government initiatives. Of course, Nepal, from the last 5-10 years, Nepal government or concerned authority has taken some kind of the initiatives for the promotion of the ESG integrations, and we have to work on these issues on more about because we have ample opportunity in case of hydropower and solar energy investment can drive sustainable growth. And global market access, yes. If you see, some of the country has already started as a part of the mandatory. If you want to enter even in the international market, or if you want to bring some of the foreign direct investments, so ESG certification is a must. And ESG compliance can attract this foreign investor and improve trade opportunities. sustainable tourism, of course, ecotourism and cultural heritage preservation offer ESG aligned with the growth and development, technology and innovations, digital solution of ESG reporting and impact measurement are emerging, and rising stakeholder demands. So these are the opportunities identified in case of ESG adoption in the Nepalese society. And if in this issues, I want to connect with the higher education and sustainable development, especially goal number, more customized and more focused. Goal number is sustainable development goal number 4, and that goal basically highlights on the quality educations. But our quality education, our education mechanism should be directed toward the sustainable practices, every domain and dimension of the sustainable practices. Therefore, higher education institutions are key for the implementation of sustainable principle. Higher education institutions are the vehicle of bringing this sustainable awareness to the society and to the communities. And sustainable based curricula and cultural change is key of the mindset transformation that is necessary. So we have to work on the mindset transformation also, and therefore this HEI higher education institutions are viewed as changing agents and catalyst in development of sustainable related issues. And therefore, of course, from this year, so it is our pride, it is the pride of the Tribhuvan universities, and this year Faculty of Management Tribhuvan University has started the academic program on sustainable development in business and management, ESG related, in targeting to the professional and practitioner. So postgraduate diploma in sustainable development. And therefore, from this year, as a different or customized program focusing to this ESG or sustainable development, we have started from this year. And the inclusion of the 17 sustainable development goal in the country's 15th plan, national policy documents, and the University Grant Commission, because it is my pride to speak in front of our UGC chairmen, because I got this information from his article published in the Emerald in 2023, and this University Grant Commission lead higher education reform program. Of course, from the last 10 years, University Grant Commission, which is one of the regulatory body of the higher education in Nepal, started lots of the higher education for sustainable development programs. That could be the milestone to create some kind of the awareness, some kind of the change for the sustainable developments. And in the absence of this HESD literacy and the persuasive strategy, if you see HEIS leadership is less active in lobbying with SDG goal 4.7 with the government and funding agency, university faculty and trade unions. And in fact, both insight and initiative to conceptualize this HESD are lacking in Nepal. So who is responsible? Mainly with the collaboration with the public-private partnership, the higher education institutions should have to design this framework, how to implement, how to operationalize this mechanism of the sustainable development issues, especially in tourism and other sectoral area of the management. So this is the way forward for ESG adoption in Nepal. The first, develop comprehensive ESG regulation is must, and that should be implemented and establish sector-specific policies, not only the financial sector. What would be the ESG's domain and construct that would be better compatible for the education sector, hospitality sector, tourism sector, and sector-wise ESG guideline is necessary in Nepal, and strengthen enforcement like improving monitoring and compliance mechanisms should be, because guidelines do not work itself, because we need a strong monitoring and compliance mechanism, and connect HEI with the sustainability. Third dimension is very popular and very relevant of the today's conference, that curriculum academic programs with training and capacity building programs for business and investor, because sometimes we can run like a crash course of the ESG, because I have seen lots of the international training centers, they have run the crash course to make the ESG leader to the Nepalese practitioner. So why don't we university people, why don't our higher education institution run this type of even in the crash course and other academic programs to create the awareness or to design the implementation and operationalization process of the sustainable practices in the Nepalese society, and expand green financing concept, introduce incentive for ESG aligned project and sustainable investment. Yes, data and transparency, because we believe the information, since we have been experiencing the knowledge-based economy. So in this knowledge-based economy, the data is a very important thing to make the decisions and to do other activities, and therefore we need to improve our data and transparency. And of course, because higher education has lots of stakeholders, so higher education should have to increase with the public-private partnerships, so we can foster the collaboration for the sustainable infrastructure and development. And finally, we promote the circular economy, and because this is very necessary for the sustainable aspect, that is support for business in adopting sustainable production and waste management practices. So with this, I want to conclude my presentations. So thank you for listening to me. So if you have any suggestion to me, so I highly appreciate and welcome your suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You will be having 10 minutes for question and answer round. So if you have any questions, just raise your hand. Yeah.
As a hardcore researcher, you presented a lot. It's not a question, sir. It's just a request. You are the academic leader of the university, where there is 450,000 students are being enrolled, and 1/3 of that one, I think so, it is concerned with the management faculty. So as an academic leader, launching a kind of special course is a very nice one. Do you have any future plans that for all the programs which are run by your faculty, you are including that ESG and the risks and other thing else in the days to come? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. More than almost from till now, we have 29 different very powerful programs run by the Faculty of Management to target more than 250,000 students. Therefore, I really appreciate your suggestion, and as a dean, I will try to incorporate even environmental, social risk management may be relevant to the different curriculum under the Faculty of Management. Thank you for your suggestion, sir.
Okay, and the chief guest Debraj Adhikari, Professor Doctor from UGC Nepal, to receive the token of love. Keynote speech on tourism and sustainability by Professor Dr. Eugenia Wickens from OTS Academy, Oxford, UK. Before calling her, let me just read out her biography, a short biography indeed. Professor Eugenia Wickens is chair of OTS, Oxford, UK, and editor-in-chief of the Journal on Tourism and Sustainability. She was awarded her doctorate in 1999 in the Sociology Department at Oxford Brookes University, UK. She has extensive teaching experience, having taught tourism and sociology over 30 years. She has also supervised to completion over 20 PhD students. Her work adopts a sociological perspective and reflects her research interest in tourism development and sustainability. She has given keynote addresses at national and international tourism conferences and contributed to tourism education planning exercises in several countries including Malaysia, Cambodia, Laos, Nepal, Serbia, Greece, and Turkey. She is a widely published authority, and her substantial portfolio of research outputs comprises journal papers, book chapters, edited books, and conference proceedings. Professor Eugenia Wickens has played a key role in the advancement of our knowledge and understanding in issues concerning tourism experiences, motivation, marketing, management, planning, tourism impacts, host and guest relationship, socio-economic impacts, mass tourism, volunteer tourism, research methods, and sustainable tourism development. She has played a key role in the organization of OTS webinars after the virus. Furthermore, Professor Wickens has organized several international conferences and is currently chair of the international conferences on Sustainable Tourism Development in Uncertain Times, Nepal, March and April 2025. She has a passion for traveling and has traveled to over 40 countries. So let's give a big round of applause to Professor Dr. Eugenia Wiggins.
Today I'm going to speak to you though about the role of higher education in sustainable tourism development and economic development, innovations and economic development. Okay, this is my email address, and I'm the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Tourism and Sustainability, and I'm a consultant also on tourism and sustainable development internationally. Okay, the role of higher education in sustainable tourism innovation and economic development. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. Heartfelt thanks to all of you, because I'm aware of the hard work that you're doing on our behalf. We truly appreciate it. In particular, I would like to offer my special thanks to Professor Biranzi Gatman. Is he here? Oh yes, from Kalika University. Thank you very much for your warm hospitality and all your hard work to make us feel very welcome. To the organizing committee, and of course the patrons, Professor Dr. Raz Adihari, Chairperson University, the Grants Commission, and so on. Beautiful Pokhara, so peaceful, isn't it? And we're here today talking about sustainable tourism development. But what does that mean? I mean, there's so much has been written on sustainability in tourism, and there's still a debate amongst researchers about what is sustainable, and is it possible to have sustainable in our countries? So my structure of my presentation will start with the spirit of sustainable tourism, and then I will go on to talk about the role of higher education in sustainable tourism, the role of higher education innovations in tourism, and the role of higher education AI in tourism, because there are threats and opportunities, yes? Okay, let us start then with sustainable tourism. It covers the complete tourism experience. And the main concerns include economic, a lot has been written on the economic sustainable tourism development. On the social side of it, there's still a debate there about how do you implement those sustainable tourism development rules. And environmental. Now, when I carried out my research, the people were not really aware, or perhaps they were not concerned about net zero. What the concern was to find enough food to put on the plates for the kids. And here we are today talking about more development, or perhaps more sustainable development. Improving tourist experiences, and that is part of the sustainable development, because without people wanting to travel, we would not be talking today about tourism development. And of course, addressing all the needs of the host communities. This is a neglected area actually of research, because a lot more people concerned now about the environment and net zero. Okay, the spirit now of sustainable tourism. The business of attracting, accommodating, entertaining tourists, operating, is the spirit, is at the heart of sustainable development. And there is a consensus amongst all of us here in the community. So the spirit of sustainable tourism is the business of attracting, accommodating, entertaining tourists, and operating, creating jobs. Creating jobs. Sorry. Can you hear me out the back there? Yes? Creating jobs, promoting culture in a sustainable way. I mean, do we all want this global culture that many people talk about? No, don't. We want our individual, personalized cultures. And that's one of the reasons, actually. People want to come and see Nepal. Yes, because it's such a special country. And it brings, of course, hope. So this is, for me, anyway, the spirit of sustainable tourism. But from the economic points of view, it creates jobs, a lot of employment opportunities. It promotes culture, perhaps in a sustainable way. It all depends, of course, because where I did my research recently in Greece was that people wanted to embrace this westernized culture, the global culture. And they forget all about the local traditions and customs, which are very, very important in sustainable tourism development. And of course, it does bring hope to many people who live up the mountains, the villages, in small, remote communities. And of course, there is the World Tourism Day. Every year we celebrate that. So tourism is a big, big business. So the spirit of sustainable tourism, if I can continue a bit more about that, is all about knowing the right knowledge, yes? What is sustainable development and for whom? Is it for the business perspective? Is it for the local perspective? Is it for the education sector? And do those students who leave university are aware of the differences between social, cultural and economic sustainability? The values. Now, values is very, very difficult really to instill into our students because what they like is to have their mobile phone, to play with it, and this is the value then attached to it. But we have, as educators, we have to instill in them the value of knowing what is sustainable tourism development. There are skills. Of course, the employers want the students to graduate, or perhaps when they go for work placement, to acquire the right skills, not just writing and reading, but also to appreciate the difference, the cultural differences, and critical thinking. Now, how do you teach somebody critical thinking? This is very difficult. I always found that very difficult in my career as a teacher. And problem solving. Perhaps you can do that during the seminars. We can give them a problem about how do communities adjust to the different nature of culture. So, the role of higher education in sustainable tourism. What follows, I'm going to talk about this, because this is a very important area. And us as educators really need to know and to speak with a single voice. So what is education for me? That's what a student will say. It gives us, of course, there you are. It gives us better knowledge, yes, and skills and possibility to know the world better. Tourism students need to understand there is more to Nepal. There is a lot more to Asia. There are other countries, like in Europe, but the tourists, they come to visit Nepal, they come with different cultural values. They expect something, of course, to remind them back home, yes? Effective working in it, to shape our character, and more valuable than money. That's what I say. Education is more valuable than money. I'm sure you agree to that. Perhaps some of you won't, because if you got a higher education diploma, you can't find a job, so to you it's not very valuable because you're looking for a job. But you can always set up your own business. And every tourist village starts with a little idea. Yes, you talk to your peer group and then you say, what about this? And that's how businesses start. Okay, it provides, of course, formal and informal learning opportunities which enable students to develop knowledge, the skills, the attitudes, the values you all should share about sustainable tourism, and required to contribute to a sustainable future of the tourism industry. So we need to speak with a single voice. Education prepares students with the skills required to have a positive impact on social, economic, and environmental sustainability. Fostering the right skills and attributes in students, they will be able to navigate diverse career paths. So their expertise will be valuable in driving a sustainable future of tourism and hospitality. Tourism, it is a very appealing industry, of course, to several students. That's what they want to do a degree or a diploma, because they're interested in a career that offers them the chance to travel, to meet new people. And I remember my school days as a student. I loved those trips we used to do with our tutors to visit Holland, to visit France, to visit Italy, Spain, and so on. And you learn, of course, about the lifestyles of the locals. Tourism industry includes a range of positions. So there are some social media, travel consultants, entertainment or sales that suits students' interests. Appealing to students also are travel consultants, tour managers, tour guides. Is the fastest growing job in tourism. Would you believe that? A lot of people travel, not just locally, taking tourists for a visit to a museum or a monument, but also they like to go abroad. Yes, lots of our students in the UK, they go to USA and they become tour guides. So there are lots of jobs. It isn't just one kind of job. So the importance of education. Education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. Nelson Mandela, this is what he reminded us. But do the students really want that? Do they want to change the world? Or perhaps they're interested in a career that pays a lot of money, so their values change over time. So what is higher education for? It transmits knowledge, the skills, the right skills, and character traits. It stimulates, of course, economic growth. It raises awareness of local and global problems. We heard a lot from our previous speaker about Sustainable Development Goals, so I'm not going to repeat them because I'm sure you're all familiar with them. But training young people, we have to teach them. Part of a curriculum really should be all about Sustainable Development Goals. Is it an impossible dream, or can we perhaps achieve them? So the purpose of education is far broader. It is training young people the skills, the right skills they need to find the first job, and it's a responsibility of all of us. I have a relative who works currently at the Hilton Hotel in Kathmandu, and she tells me that part of her training is to do it at a hotel. That's fair enough. But will she learn of those skills we're talking about sustainable development goals? Because sometimes, I have to say from past experience, when they go to do the training, they're given different jobs. And that is not right, in my mind. And again, because our role is to empower individuals and to prepare them for life, to develop skills and abilities so they can be successful in their careers. Teaching tourism students how to solve problems, think critically, make informed decisions and sustainable economic growth, and of course socialize students into society. This is our role as educators. For instance, the value of respect, teaching cultural values and norms of our own. Education, therefore, is the engine, yes, of the economy. It shapes our identities, who we are, on employment. And of course, when you meet somebody for the first time and say, oh, where do you work? Oh, I have got my own business, set up my own business online, on travel and tourism. Oh, that's fantastic. And how did you do that? So it is who we are, you know. It shows our values, our interests in life. It leads to awareness, of course, and concern for the environment. Having said that, many of our students, I'm talking about UK, don't really realize, yes, they 5 minutes ago, so I have to be very fast. The green issues, which are very, very important, we're talking about it. Education, of course, is the foundation of culture. Studies on the role of higher education in sustainable tourism show that a good education is the foundation for the future. Higher education expanded worldwide and is a serious and important subject in links cultures and challenges prevailing perceptions. And provides, of course, guidance to planning, to developing strategies that support sustainability. You have heard of those from the previous speaker. And vocational education and training, this is at the heart of our jobs here. Role of higher education in sustainable tourism, of course, we live in an uncertain world. It's fragile. We need different skills and aptitudes and knowledge. Educational systems need to change radically to meet this need. And I'm coming to that. Education and tourism are mentioned several times in the United Nations Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. It's an acknowledgement, of course, of the global significance of tourism and education. And Sustainable Development Goals, our previous speaker has told us all about this. I'm going to move across again because I've only got 5 minutes left. It is to apply skills and knowledge critically and logically. Practical training and theoretical knowledge is at the heart of our curriculum. Integrating sustainability into higher education curriculum, that is very, very important. To apply what they learn into practice and develop interpersonal skills. So students develop the skills of teamwork, reasoning, communication, and IT competence. Students gain professional practical skills required for tourism and hospitality industries. So, tourism education, however, are we witnessing now a revolution? Should of all ways of doing things be transcended? What challenges are facing hospitality and tourism-related services? What is the future for tourism and hospitality services? What are the new trends towards tourism education? Will robots take over the industry? And I'm afraid they have started taking over the industry in certain countries. To Tourism knowledge should be informed, therefore, of the global national skills. It should include international aspects of the safety and security of people willing to become tourists, wars, crime. It should include safety precautions, health and hygiene practices, and student knowledge should include tourists' needs about safety and security. But there is a changing role of higher education, and we need to inform our students of the risks of AI. And of course, we live in changing times. Our state of our global economy, of course, there's a big question mark on that. There's been wars, international relations, and AI risks and opportunities facing the industry. Tourism is the main engine of the world economy, but it's constantly changing, continuously adopts innovative strategies. And innovation refers to the ways in which tourism industry updates the experiences that tourists have when traveling and or staying in a hotel. So, innovation and entrepreneurship. Tourism trends, Internet of Things, integration, big data analytics. So, ways of technology can improve the hotel guest experience, changing times. Hotel chains already allow guests to check in and out of access the room with their mobile phones. How do you better serve customers? Front desk robots, concierge robots, and of course, serve robots. Innovation in hospitality industry. This is Pakistan, by the way, and this is how they produce the picture of the customers, and it gives tourists independence to the trips. Does it? Different aspects of tourism can be managed. Become clear just how influential technological innovation has become. Technology makes it possible, of course, to improve tourist satisfaction and cut costs down in many departments. It has been used by tourism industry for the last 20 years and can take and process huge loads of data. AI. Now, is that a risk or perhaps a benefit to tourism industry? Perhaps for some it will be a benefit. Artificial intelligence. Data is collected and recorded, and this is of course for benefit to the customer and for their business. These insights are used to customize visitors' experiences. And how do you deal with customer frustration? I'm sure you've always been on the phone and are waiting to talk to a human being, and there's a machine, and it's very frustrating. So, there's a consensus. AI improves business activities in marketing, improves the tourist experience, satisfied customer, you have a return customer, and of course, big data now is the biggest thing. And tourism-related services are experiencing lots of changes. Hotel robots create a new ways of interaction. Role of higher education is to prepare, of course, students working in a new environment. Industry is constantly evolving. Hotel robots create new ways of interaction. And that's it. I'm open to suggestions. What will happen in the future though? Will robots replace workers in the tourism industry? That is a big question. I have got no answer. Perhaps I'm waiting for you to give me some positive comments. So the future of hospitality, integrating AI into hotels and restaurants, is a reality. And that's the last concluding point I'm going to say. Role of higher education, sustainable tourism issues concerning innovation in tourism, the importance of higher education in advancing sustainable development, and there is a need to reflect for all of us here on issues concerning the sustainability of the industry. The tourism industry is changing as we are discussing here, debating our concerns. Okay? And Thank you for listening.
Mahananda Charise to award her with token of love, and Capacit sir to assist on this. If possible, we are thinking of having all the presentations in this hall as we are ahead of our scheduled time. The next presentation will be on spiritual tourism and will be delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Anne Suware Aston. Before calling her here, let me quickly brief on her biography. Associate Professor Anne Suware Aston is the Associate Dean for Administration at the National Institute of Development Administration, NIDA, Bangkok, Thailand, specializing in wellness tourism development, destination branding and hospitality marketing. She holds a PhD in hospitality from the University of Queensland, Australia in 2010. With a strong academic and research background, she has won prestigious awards including the Best PhD Paper Award 2010 and Best Paper Award in 2019, followed by different other awards. Dr. Aston has published extensively on topics such as spiritual tourism, hotel restaurant co-branding, and human resource management in leading tourism journals. She has also directed multiple research projects funded by national and international organizations, including studies on quality spa tourism and international retirement migration. As a faculty member at NIDA since 2012, she has contributed significantly to tourism education and policy. Previously, she held academic positions in New Zealand at Wairiki Institute of Technology and Southern Institute of Technology. Additionally, she has authored books and book chapters on tourism branding and elephant conservation. Her expertise and contributions continue to shape the global discourse on tourism and hospitality management. Let's give a big round of applause for her presentation.
Conference very unique. There is not many conferences that I have been through. We have combined both with the industry and the academic. The second thing I can see that you will be success in developing the sustainable tourism. The reason that academic cannot go alone, industry cannot go alone. The industry accept the academic and that part of the policies and then the planning that we can do. I'm very glad to be here. I have been to Nepal many times, and I call Nepal is my second home. I almost cannot be here. Yesterday, after I took off Bangkok, the earthquake in Bangkok, near my home. So thank you so much. I think God loved me and to be here and to share my research. So as the introduction, today I would like to share about the new product that we can do in Nepal. And everywhere I go, if you may know and go back to have a look, I already promote Nepal many times, many years. Because I see the potential of resources, environment, and that activities that I promote is about wellness tourism. And that the most important thing of wellness is we need to be sustainable. We need the environment. We need the local resources. And also we need the human being to do that. Wellness tourism cannot be replaced by AI. First of all, we have to think about ourselves that what role we want to take. So, what is wellness tourism? Today what I will cover. Maybe I will give you a little bit of idea what does it mean by wellness tourism. I have been to many countries, and I'm talking about wellness tourism. Each country have own unique, from Australia, Mongolia, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and many more. So wellness tourism actually in Thailand is a top priority to be developed. We are urgent, need to do that. From the past several years, I have done my research since 2017, before the COVID-19. At that time, I interested about wellness because my own health. And I'm thinking, what can I do for myself to develop myself first before you can go to develop others. If you don't have your good health, how can you go to develop others? And that's my opinion. So since that then, I have over 15 PhD students doing wellness topic under different specific of the wellness umbrella. So what today, I am not going to teach you. Very high respect to everyone here. I'm just sharing my research, my book chapter that I wrote with my colleagues, my publication that I have been published over the several years. And that evident enough that I will consolidate all those findings and sharing with you. You don't have to do activities as I do. What I want to do is I want you to understand about how can we present a destination wellness in Nepal. And that's my priority. So for the last several years, I've been to Nepal. I stay 1 month. I actually got to learn about to become a yoga teacher, master yoga teacher, and doing my research project as well as published paper, yoga tourism, adventure for wellness tourism, spiritual tourism, and others, many more under the wellness tourism. So basically, wellness is about the people, the lifestyle. You need to maintain yourself. I'm not talking about medical tourism. I'm talking about how can we maintain ourselves. We're sitting there on the chair and the counter with the computer. Has anyone here this morning, you've been for a walk? I always ask the audience, has anyone here, before you get up, you do meditation? And that is about well-being. So wellness tourism is about the people are troubled, they want to have their well-being, they want to participate in the activities that talking about wellness activities. What are they? So here is my model. I call 4 S's that is being published in some of the book and journal. When we read about wellness tourism, you always confused. What is wellness tourism? What are the activities? I think they're all near you, but you did not realize that. Wellness activities is for my model. I divide into 4 S's. Easy to remember. The first one is about spa, beauty, maybe therapy, and massage. The second one, I'm talking about sport for health, leisure, recreation, adventure, Thai boxing, for example. The third S may be slow food tourism. Maybe this one very new to you. You really think, what does it mean by slow? Should I eat slow or I walk slow? It's opposite fast food. Slow food tourism concept is not new at all. There was many years that had been do research. And then one of my PhD students, she doing this project, and there are paper published about how to develop destination brand image for slow food tourism, a case study in Thailand. The last one is about spiritual tourism. The last S, spiritual tourism, is one of the most important. Nowadays we have stress. Many times you are in academic life, right? Some of you maybe require the paper. You have to publish paper, you have to get the scopus. You have to do the project, you have to teach the student. life balance, mental well-being disorder sometimes. Your clothes dirty, how can you clean? You put in the washing machine, right? How about if our mind dirty? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean dirty. Your mind with a lot of puzzle, working, family, financial, all sorts of that mind thinking. How you clean your mind? You shove the head off and clean? That's very hard, right? This is the most important thing. We need to know how we can have our mental well-being in place. So today I will give you some case study. All of this I have case study. I have done my research and have been published. So I will bring up some of the case and I give you some suggestion. 4Ss is the product that Nepal should be put together. You are a stakeholder, you should know that how can we manage, how can we build our staff. The gap that I found, many places, the people don't understand the concept, even in Thailand. When I talk about wellness in Thailand, they think about spa, massage, they think about pray night temple. This is Thailand. The rest of that, they have no idea. When you talk about healthy food, they just say, give you the salad. They have no idea about a sport can turn into the spa. They have no idea about how can we make adventure tourism as a traditional to become wellness adventure tourism. You have many good resources here. I promote Nepal everywhere I go, more than Thailand. Because you have resources. You have the world destination. You're already in there, but you don't know the concept yet. How can we propose that, make them easy to understand? So, I think I have half an hour. I will give you two types of the market if you think about who will be your customer. There are two types only. The primary wellness is the people go 100%, they're looking for the activities that they can maintain themselves, that they can enjoy life, 100% they go there just for health. The second is the person who go for business, education, any other purposes, but they like to participate in some kind of activities that they're talking about wellness. And the second one is the more. So many market now, we can have a research on that. So they are young, they are 50, 18, retirement. And those people are looking for that. Especially now in Thailand, we focus on the Middle East. If we are here thinking about specific market, we need to respond to that. Some of my students, they just came from Saudi Arabia. They have money. They want to go to the quality, but there is no guarantee about Muslim, about the core of the discipline. And those kind of things that is still a lot of way to make a destination become sustainable. So there are some of the statistics about the market. You know why Southeast Asia is a golden trend for the wellness. You know what we have, and the Western they don't have. They have the good resources, they were educated, but one thing that they don't have is our culture as an Asian culture. We have respect, we have warm welcome, we have authentic way of life, and that is touch the people heart. So the Asia Pacific it will be increasing for the people who come here, and the cost living is cheaper. They flew the way from the way to the other side of the world. They stay here. They extend it for 30 days easy. So I would say that if we will focus on develop wellness activities, you will be able to get so many more. You don't have to do anything. You just use the resources that you have. I tell my students many times, travel agent, hotel owners, many more. If you do wellness product development, you develop only once. Example, if you're gonna open the yoga studio, You don't go to buy all ingredient every day. You do the restaurant, you buy ingredient every day, right? Wellness tourism, you open the studio, you have meditation, you have all others activities. Human. We need the person who's skilled. The more you teach, the more you get the skill. You don't have to buy ingredient every day. Investment in wellness is the best investment, in my opinion. We use human. We need to develop local. Wellness for my concept, I'm not include medical tourism. Because medical tourism is involved with the doctor, hospital, is too rich, too far to reach. But for the wellness that I said, 4 of the S's, anyone can do that. Anyone can develop. Only understand the concept. Only train your staff. Only build knowledge to them. These are some of my research projects. I have interviewed one of the famous monk. What he said, when we will develop spiritual tourism, the leadership is most important. What does it mean by spiritual tourism? We don't do any magic. In my opinion, spiritual tourism is 2 of the spiritual. One is related to religion. The second one is spiritual retreat that non-religion involved. The activities, for example, yoga, Reiki, sound healing. I will go a little bit quick. Sound healing, and maybe you do some of meditation. Here are some of the conceptual framework strategy that have been published in the book chapter. We can go to have a look. I won't go through that, we won't have time. Yoga tracking, wellness tourism, yoga tracking in Himalaya. Everywhere I promote that, the people want to come to Nepal. Some of them say, Professor, I cannot walk. What can I do? I want to get a photo like that. I said, okay, go to high helicopter, $700. You just land there and then you do the yoga and then you go home. That is amazing. Of the picture, I show everyone, they want to do that. Can they say, Professor, we can not walk too far and can they get the photo like that? I said, yeah, we can, come. This is a package, people want it. I've been to Mongolia, I show this photo, the people said, I want to have that photo like that, but I don't want to walk. How can we provide the program for them? Recently, I'm doing a project about wellness event. We organize a workshop, get them to stay in the resort 2 days, 2 nights, 3 days. Provide a workshop, we do detox. We talk about laugh yoga. We talk about all sorts of those workshops. The people go home happy. Recently, I've just done that in Chiang Mai. And this package is $150 per person for 2 days, 3 nights. In the morning, you go to do yoga. You go to do meditation. You go to learn about Ayurvedics. We invite all those people come. They love it. Many international tourists in Chiang Mai go into this place and stay there and then they enjoy life. And this is a trend. I can see that because we have done so many but still need more stakeholders to provide this program. This is just shows some of my experience for the last few years. I came to Nepal. I do trekking with Nepalese monk, only me there, and was that amazing. Many people want to do that. Professor, when are you going to do that program? I want to go with you. And I cannot go. I will tell someone here, stakeholders, do it, provide it, brand that. You have to brand destination. Actually, you have everything there, you just brand it. This is my last trip, go to EBC. I showed this everywhere around the world. I said I was in Nepal and I was do trekking. I enjoyed that and many people are interested. Another activity is sound healing. I think they are not new at all in Nepal, but when I tell many people, I went to Vietnam, many people are interested. And I do the workshop. Most of them is professor, PhD student especially. I will go quickly. And this is in Vietnam. We have practical, we have academic. Most of them sitting here is the conference delegate. They are there, they like to enjoy, they like to have a relaxing after they present the paper. We are as stakeholders, we can provide this program in anywhere, in the conference, in your destination. Take them out, and then you can sell them as a package. This is after they finish the presentation, before the gala dinner. No one wants to go gala dinner. They just want to attend the yoga and sound healing. I also to the Kama when I went to Mongolia. After I ride him, he said, okay, come on, I will heal you. Then listen peacefully. Another thing that I like to introduce is forest bathing. We're doing some research about that. Nothing new at all, what I say. The part of the spiritual tourism is you're healing yourself. Nowadays, people have lack of nature. And many places no forest for them. Nepal, one of the world destinations, you have many places. You can take them to do forest bathing. Forest bathing actually is started in Japan. The doctor write a prescription to some of the patients. You need to go to do forest bathing. Something that maybe we did not realize that. What we need is the instructor. What we need is the leader. What we need is about understanding. So what can we do? We go in there, when I introduced to the professor in India, I was a keynote speaker a few years back. Most of these people are very high profile, professor, CEO, very rich person. We take them to do the forest bathing, and they enjoy that, and they say that, I thought that you take me to the forest and then you shower me. They are the activities. We can learn that. We can put it in the program. We can do easy. We take them to the forest. Another big market, if you like to focus, is, like I said, the Middle East. This is one of my PhD student. She's doing her halal-friendly tourism. How can we do the activities without against the religion? When I said about meditation, when I said about yoga, and you know what the first reaction? I said, oh no, I'm not go because of religion, I cannot do that. I said, come in my session, nothing about religion. So this study proved that you can organize yoga, you can do meditation, you can do sound healing, you can do forest bathing, a spiritual retreat, without any offense. Any religion can participate. So I won't go through the details, but maybe we can have a look from the slides. I will give it to you. As I said now, the market in Saudi Arabia is very high spending. They want to spend, but they don't have the place for them to go. They want to feel comfortable. So this study we're doing about halal-friendly tourism in a non-Muslim country. And this is the model. It will be published soon, already accepted, after I've been through about 6 months, changing and correcting. So how can they organize halal-friendly, faith-based tourism for the Muslim people? How is the stakeholders who are non-Muslim country, you can make business, you can make the money from this group of the people. You don't have to be Muslim. You can get money from Muslim people. You just only know about that. They are here of the outcome. For example, you need to follow faith-based of the Muslim friendly, need to have, good to have, and nice to have. Need to have is you must follow the Muslim rule, for example, food, prayer room, washroom. Good to have is about you need to provide something that they are daily life, they're doing that. For example, Ramadan. When they finish, you can give them the service. You can take them to the mosque. You can prepare something for them. Nice to have, I would say, that added value. Give them extra services. If they want to go to join the spa, we have babysitter for you. We have the facility for you. And this kind of thing. So I think I will leave this, okay? I cannot go through the whole lot. This will be our new paper, will be published. Another thing that slow food tourism, as I said, many of us have wrong idea about healthy food. You think only about organic. You think only about clean food. But for my thinking, it's about sustainable, good, clean, fair. The concept of slow food is about good, clean, fair. Good means that it's tasty. You need to bring local dishes on the table. Each country, we have unique dishes. How can you help local? This is sustainable. How can we help them to bring their own unique and proud? You have the culture sustainable. Clean is mean sustainable help in preserve rather than destroy environment. All the food have to come from the environment that is sustained. Fair. What does it mean? You don't take advantage of farmer. You don't take advantage of your staff. Supplier, customer, you need to be fair. And that is a concept of slow food tourism, not only about taste. The whole overall is about sustainable. Also, you do your local ethnic culture. There are some of the paper have been published talking about how we develop that, and I will go skip that. I have 3 minutes left. And these are some of the case study that we conduct in Thailand, and we have the paper published. And thank you to Professor Michael. He is one of our co-authors. We're working very hard. How can we develop adventure as a traditional adventure tourism into wellness adventure? When I talk these people to some people against my idea, how come adventure will be wellness? It's very dangerous, risky. That is not wellness. I'm just thinking, if you take them to the Himalaya walk, you feed them good food. You just do detox, social, no phone. When you walk, you not destroy environment. You bring your rubbish back. In the morning, take them to do meditation. When I do my yoga tracking, when I walk into Everest Base Camp, after I walk and tired, my guru said, "And do yoga." I said, "Oh, I'm tired. I want to just stay, do nothing." But you know what? When he made me do the yoga, it's so release, stretching. And then when I finished, he said, "Okay, let's go." Actually, you don't have to go to the top mountain like that. Look at the ability of your tourists. Are they mild, are they medium, or are they extreme? We can provide the program to them. Add this up. I have been delivered research to the small business in Thailand, 10 provinces, by Thailand Tourism Council. The small business, they try to do that because they have their own backyard. They have the durian farm, organic farm. So here is some of the model. How can we develop? And then those people receive wellness attribute. How can we make them realize? So I won't go through all of that. We maybe have some other times. So in my conclusion, there are some key address that I would like to leave here. You don't have to be the yoga expert. You don't have to be the sound healing the person. But how can you consolidate and make this a branding, wellness in the whole? I have not seen that very clear, but I know you do. Like now when I came back to the airport, yoga international class, and then the wellness. Sometimes the people did not realize that. How can you take that into your own hand, create your own brand? Second thing is maybe you talk about target market. The person who are above 50, there are realization about life. When they have sickness, when they have health problems, they're looking for something to improve their health. Another thing is, I think we need to educate, that Professor Virginia said. We need to educate who? Stakeholders. Understand their backyard is a goal. Understand that their skill, you need to understand. Educate them, practice them, one time only. Wellness product service is very, very cheap to invest, but a lot of investment, a lot of profit. You know why? The people go enjoy, they don't go one time, right? Oh, I go to this studio, I love it. They're coming back. That is a return. Intention to revisit are higher. You not just try one because you sit in a comp as long as you not quit your job, right? How can I not pain my back, my low back, my shoulder? You have to quit your job. As long as you're still working, you will repeat pain. They will go back to the center. They're going there, they have their own social, they have their own therapy. And my final for today, I think that Nepal is already a success. Only we put together and be brand as a wellness destination. Thank you for listening. For my research, I think the most important thing is we create a leader. We need the leadership. If we don't have someone to lead, what I mean the leader, you don't have to be the yoga teacher. I mean that you know how to put together and we create the leader. If you're gonna do the spiritual tourism, you need to find someone that's real, authentic. When I talk about yoga in Thailand, more than 95% they think that it is exercise. And I said, no, yoga is not exercise. They say, you don't understand that. When you go to the gym, the people just do the pose and they just go on. They don't have even the complete set that I have learned in here. The second thing is, I think we need to educate those people about tourism. As I've been to many times in Nepal, one thing that one of the lecturer asked me, compared to Thailand and Nepal, what we need to be improved. And you know my answer? You have nothing to improve, but you go to the right point. For example, you already have resources. How can we use that? Your people very authentic, very warm welcome. I get a very warm welcome from the immigration. Feel very good. And that we already have in our blood. Service quality in our blood. How can we make that sustain? The most important thing, the sustainable. How can people love to do your job? Some people go to work as a gym, they just want the money. When I ask them, what did you go to teach here? Oh, I just want money. I can do anything, I just want money, and then they leave. And that is not get into your heart. So why I said, the most important thing of wellness is about you have to be well-being in yourself.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This is a wonderful lecture and the paper research. We learned a lot from your study. And my query, during your whole research, where you were conducting your work, did you feel that tourists will have culture shock and a culture confusion regarding to have or having slow food and the slow drink? Because you didn't talk about locally distilled wine and the fermented beer in the study of Nepal Himalayas. And as far as my experience is concerned, many international tourists will have only 3 spoons of rice, 3 spoons of rice. And the owner will ask, how did you feel? Our food. Oh, this is wonderful. This is really tasty. But they will just, they will have CI to eye. Oh, this is Navajo food. Wonderful. Oh, thank you very much. Quite delicious. And they will take only 3 spoons of rice. So I was quite confused, though I teach slow food to my students, there is no doubt at all. But the confusion or it is a shock. Whether you will love slow food, but the majority of the tourists will say that I am having problem after having slow food. Did you think anything about the problem that you faced or experienced?
Thank you. First of all, you asked me about where I conduct my research. In Thailand, we have the market we call organic market, or we call like a slow food market. They have the association. They have the club, association club. We went there to talk to them. We asked them about what they think about the food, how they perceive about the slow food. So in my opinion, slow food is not only about you eat and have a good taste, but how can you bring your local culture dishes into the table and showcase to the tourists. The first is very hard. The first is very hard to change the habit. So this is why I said it's a long-term development and sustainable. If you want to try the Nepalese food, if you want to learn Nepalese foods, you have to come back. Maybe you're not changed, I mean you never change, but every time when they come, the people say, I cannot eat Nepalese food, and I said, I enjoy that. So you have to get the person who have the right mind, open mind, the people who have environmental mastery. What I mean is, anywhere you go, you always happy. Everywhere you go, you always can survive. How can you make happy in the worst situation? How can you see negative situation turn into positive? First of all, we need to change our attitude, change our habit. So what I said, the most important thing of wellness tourism is to change yourself. Change yourself of attitude, change yourself of habit. Do you do yourself something good today? And after that, you will understand that. And those who never open their mind, they never open. We have to leave them there. Can someone help me to answer? Slow, but maybe we don't put it in the slow food. I think you can drink, in Australia, we drink wine as like water. You know why help us? 1 glass a day, help with your heart. But don't have too many.
It has to be red.
It has to be the red. Thank you so much for the question, Professor. Thank you so much for listening.
So as we talked on red wine, now it's time
This is the time of panel discussion, so that I am requesting all esteemed panelists who are Professor instead of Devraj Adhikari, Professor Dr. Pushkar Bajracharya, please, I request you to come to the stage. And Associate Professor Michael Apollo, Institute of Earth Sciences, University of Celsius in Katowice, Poland, and LA University, USA. Okay, the next esteemed scholar is Dr. Krishna Chandra Devkota, Vice Chair of Gandaki Policy and Planning Commission. Please take your seat, sir. And the next panelist is Mr. Ganesh Bhattrai, Senior Tourism Entrepreneur. I'll go chair. You will take seat there. So, today's panelist topic is Prospects of Sustainable Tourism Development in Nepal. So, altogether, we will spend an hour, and the discussions will be divided into 4. Each and every individual panelist will be given for 5 minutes first, and after then we will take round for another 5 minutes each, and then there will be 4 questions will be open for the floor for 10 minutes. So here we are going to spend 50 to 60 minutes for this discussion. So I will start from Professor Dr. Bajracharya, and I request him to speak on the given topic, that is sustainable development practices. He might include some sort of education in Nepal regarding sustainable development education. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kumar. I'm not going to talk about sustainable education because tomorrow morning we are going to have that discussion, and so, but I'm purely going to talk about tourism mainly, not even sustainability. Afterwards, obviously a little bit about sustainability. And naturally, there is a lot of things to share about and talk about, but since there is only 5 minutes, I'm not going to do it. So only in the bullets, I would like to share some of my thoughts, including a few suggestions for sustainable tourism development. First, tourism in Nepal started on an ad hoc basis. When Mount Annapurna was conquered, one of the peaks here in the Annapurna region itself, and the first peak above 8,000 meters by any human being in the world. Mountain tourism started 50s. Then the hippies suddenly come to Nepal and Goa, two places in the Asia. And suddenly, then we thought, oh, Nepal has tourism potential, so drafted the Master Plan 72. For example, in Pokhara, the first any work therein was done in 1978 only, though Prince Basundara had already established during the late 60s fiscal laws, looking at the visibility, seeing the visibility, or having the very right vision of it. So the problem is, why I am saying this, since it started on an ad hoc basis, we do not so far have a proper planning, policy and approaches for its true development. The first policy, apart from whatever we have written in the plans, because I myself have written in the plans once or twice. But apart from that, 2005 policy now being revision 2025 only. So the government is behind, the private sector always led the development of tourism in this country. But we have not been, and they have been innovative as well, absolutely no doubt, whether by learning from others or not. But the problem here is three. For example, one, we keep on creating time and barriers, sometimes politically, sometimes by the people, sometimes externally, sometimes by others. And only one, let me give you one example only for that. This morning, Dr. Devraj Adhikari said, in 2023, 1 million tourists visited this country. In 2019, 1.297 million visitors have already visited. COVID came and all this, it declined. So in 1998, Visit Nepal year, extremely successful. December 13, 1999, the year in the Indian Airlines plane was hijacked, suddenly tourism collapsed. Civil war happened, tourism collapsed. So we are always trying to bring it off. So we have, and we say we have to promote, we want to promote the tourism, but we put a lot of restrictions. Restaurants can't take the order after 9:30 or something like that. There are so many. On the one hand, you want to restrict it. On the other hand, you want to promote tourism. Very contradictory things. And I have one solution to that. But I want to give one example. When Joseph Castro became the president of the Cuba, replacing his brother, what happened is, he opened up tourism, and even today, if you go at the beaches and sit, rum will will be incessantly supplied free of cost by government of Cuba, even today. Here we restrict everything. So what are the solutions? Some kind of zoning is compulsory. Even I have heard in Pokhara that these tourism businessmen have benefited. What is there for us? We have also to survive. That is why different kinds of activities contributing to tourism, not contributing to it, all combined. Second, so zoning, some kind of a zoning. I'm not saying that in Nepal total zoning is possible now. Secondly, we have led tourism development. We are the leaders of South Asia. We have gone to all 7 countries and they have said, you are our aspiration. Then for ecotourism, we 1961-62 itself we have started and become a leader in the world. But so what we have to do is, secondly, promotion. Nobody knows. Now we claim there is the biggest bungee or something like that, but nobody recognizes that it is at New Zealand that exists, because that is what everybody knows, not in Nepal kind of things. Okay, so just 2 things, less than a minute I will take. So the promotion has to be done now jointly. Destination by government, forget about it. Product by private sector, let us forget about it. Let's join hands, put the resources together, promote it. And third, which is very important, develop the conducive policies. Only probably then tourism can be developed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, may I request to Dr. Michael Apollo for 5 minutes? And the topic is prospects of sustainable tourism development in Nepal.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, actually. I'm very glad that I have an opportunity to speak in front of so many important people, much more important than me, and much more smart in many kinds. But I just want to connect a little bit what Professor said in a second, and a little bit with what Professor Eugenia already said during her keynote speech. So, what is actually sustainability? Because, you know, we usually talk about it, we always were forced by journal editors. I'm also editing 2 journals and I do the same, actually, that you have to add something about sustainable tourism at the end. And most of the authors are adding, you know, just a little bit, just 1-2 sentences. And the main problem is that we don't think through that. What is actually? So I just want to read you what is the sustainability by Oxford Dictionary. So this is the able to maintain a certain rate. And since Barton's report, also known as Our Common Future, which was published in 1987 by Oxford University Press, we know that actually for sustainable development, we have to focus that our plan will stand on 3 pillars, which is economy, ecology, so environment, and sociality, so ours. And we have to connect all those things. So this model, which is, it looks like very simple, but it's already complicated. And we adding to this complicated system, which we want to keep in balance, another stimulus, which is multi-million-dollar industry, which is tourism. And if we don't develop proper management plan, I just want to show you a very simple model, what we published recently with my colleague Jana Wengel in Journal of Sustainable Tourism, which shows actually what Professor said, that we are looking for business, for example, and this is just one piece of this complicated relation. We have to keep it in balance. We have to look about tourism altitudes, about what kind of tourists actually are coming to our place. We have to look what kind of environment we have. There is so much levels that we have to look and then think about management plan. Otherwise, there's like no point, you know, because it will not work. And I will just, I have one more thing actually. I have time? I just want to read you one sentence which I finished one paper which I published 1 month ago in Journal of Future Tourism, which is one of the leader journal on the world. And I just mentioned at the end. So the imbalance of, well, just one, I'm doing the research about mountain environment, mainly Himalayas, but other mountains as well. And imbalance of nature, man, spirit, Kumbu ecosystem was written about 30 years ago by a very good friend of mine and mentor, Professor Ramesh Kumar. 30 years ago, already solution, what we should look, 30 years ago. We haven't learned anything from his work, from your work, from my work, because we are not looking for this complicated system. We have to balance all interest. Otherwise, if we just miss one stakeholders from this model, this will not be sustainable because someone will be angry, someone will be mad. We cannot just remove one particular group of people, or business, or environment, or whatever, you know. So I will finish here and we'll continue later. Thank you very much.
Okay, may I request to Dr. Krishna Chandra Devkota? Please, I hope you will take 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ramesh sir. Allow me to speak in Nepali rather than English. I feel more comfortable. अब मैले चाहिँ गण्डकी प्रदेश फोकस कुरा चाहिँ गर्न चाहे। म गण्डकी प्रदेश नीति तथा योजना आयोगमा बसेर गण्डकी प्रदेश सरकारको नीति तथा योजना बनाउँदै गर्दा सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्म मा चाहिँ हामी के गर्दै छौं भन्ने कुराको बारेमा शेयर गर्न चाहे। मलाई लाग्छ त्यो इन्फर्मेसन निकै महत्त्वपूर्ण हुन्छ भन्ने। हामीले चाहिँ गण्डकी प्रदेशलाई यो पर्यटन राजधानी हामीले घोषणा गर्दै गर्दा त्यो अध्ययन कार्यदलको संयोजकमा आफै थिएँ र त्यसमा चाहिँ गण्डकी प्रदेशको पर्यटन मन्त्रालयका पर्यटन सचिव, यहाँ पोखरामा चाहिँ क्रियाशील एकाडेमिक्सहरू जुन पर्यटन क्षेत्रमै कलम चलाइराख्ने, अनि प्राइभेट सेक्टरको प्रतिनिधि, पोखरा महानगरपालिकाका प्रतिनिधि, त्यहाँको योजना आयोगको उपाध्यक्ष हुनुहुन्थ्यो। हामीले बसेर त्यो डकुमेन्ट बनाउँदै गर्दा लिएका केही मेजर आधारहरू थिए। त्यसको एउटै चाहिँ हामीले गर्न चाहेको कुरा के थियो भने अल्टिमेटली सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्मको विकास चाहिँ गण्डकीमा कसरी गर्न सकिन्छ र टुरिज्मको सस्टेनेबिलिटी भयो भने चाहिँ पर्यटन राजधानी चाहिँ घोषणा गर्न सकिन्छ र त्यो सस्टेनेबिलिटीको लागि चाहिँ हामीले के गर्ने भनेर मेजर चाहिँ 3टा चाहिँ क्याटेगोरीमा चाहिँ मेजर रेकमेन्डेसन गरेका थियौँ। त्यो रेकमेन्डेसन गर्ने सिलसिलामा पुग्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले गण्डकी प्रदेशमा के छ त, पहिला हामी टुरिज्म भन्छौँ, पोखरा भन्छौँ, अनि 7 तालको सहर भन्छौँ, अन्नपूर्ण रिजन र चाहिँ धवलागिरी रिजन, अनि चाहिँ मनास टुरिज्म भन्छौँ, अनि साहसिक पर्यटन भन्छौँ हैन। त्रिवेणीमा गयो भनेदेखि चाहिँ हाम्रो कालीगण्डकी रिभर बेसिनभरि चाहिँ हाम्रो सांस्कृतिक चाहिँ धरोहरहरू भएको ठाउँ धेरै छ। त्यो बाहेकहरू बिन्दवासिनीदेखि लिएर गोर्खा मनकामनादेखि लिएर हामीले चाहिँ मनाङ मुस्ताङमा रहेका चाहिँ हाम्रो तिलिचो ताल, दामोदर कुण्ड जस्तो तालहरू देखाउँछौँ। ती सबै इन्फर्मेसनहरू भए हैन। ती इन्फर्मेसनहरूको बावजुद अब हामीलाई टुरिज्ममा त ती चिज त हाम्रा 100 वर्षदेखि पनि थिए। हामीसँग बाटो नहुँदा नि थिए, बाटो हुँदा पनि थिए। हामीसँग हवाई सेवाको विस्तार अहिले जति नहुँदा पनि थिए हैन, र ती फेरि अनन्त रहि पनि राख्छन्। तर ती भएका चिजहरूलाई हामीले चाहिँ मान्छे पुग्न सक्ने, टुरिस्टिक पोइन्ट अफ भ्यूबाट मान्छे पुग्न सक्ने, पुग्दै गर्दा अलि 1-2 दिन बढी बस्ने र चाहिँ ट्रेकिङ रुट्सहरूलाई चाहिँ अलिकति अहिले चाहिँ हामीले जसरी बाजार डेभलपमेन्ट गरिरहेका छौँ, त्यो डेभलपमेन्टले गर्दा चाहिँ हाम्रो ट्रेकिङ गर्ने पर्यटकहरूको सङ्ख्या चाहिँ उल्लेख्य रूपमा घटेको। अहिले हाम्रो लामो समय पर्यटन व्यवसाय गर्नुभएको सरले पनि भन्नु होला, भइसकेपछि त्यसलाई चाहिँ वैकल्पिक पदमार्गहरूको विकास गर्ने, यी सबै चिजहरू चाहिँ सधैँ भनिँदै आएको चिज थियो। तर गर्न चाहिँ हामीले सिस्टमेटिकली गर्न सकिरहेको अवस्था थिएन। अब यी चिजहरूको भइसकेपछि हामीले पर्यटन राजधानी घोषणा गर्ने र त्यसपछि चाहिँ सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्म हाम्रो अल्टिमेट गोल हो भने हामी अब कसरी अगाडि बढ्ने भन्ने छलफल गर्दाखेरि हामीले 3टा सर्ट टर्म, मिड टर्म र लङ टर्ममा गर्ने एक्टिभिटीहरू हाम्रो त्यो अध्ययन कार्यदलको रिपोर्टमा हामीले लेखेका छौँ र त्यही अनुसार चाहिँ गण्डकी प्रदेश सरकारले आफ्नो दोस्रो पञ्चवर्षीय योजनामा पनि यो कुरा उल्लेख गरेका छ र हामी सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्मको लागि चाहिँ गर्नुपर्ने सर्ट टर्ममा गर्ने, मिड टर्ममा गर्ने र लङ टर्ममा गर्ने आधारहरू स्पष्ट रूपमा लेखेर अगाडि बढाएका छौँ र त्यसको लागि लेख्न त लेख्यो, सधैँ भन्ने गरेको आज यहाँ प्राज्ञिक जमात भएको भएर मैले यति भने हामीहरू जस्तो प्राज्ञिक मान्छेहरू चाहिँ पोलिटिकल अपोइन्टमेन्ट लिएर आइसकेपछि भन्ने गरिएको चिज के छ भने यो चाहिँ प्राज्ञिक डकुमेन्ट मात्रै भयो, लोकसेवा लड्न चाहिने डकुमेन्ट, युनिभर्सिटीमा पढ्ने पढाउने अथवा इन्फर्मेसन दिने डकुमेन्ट मात्रै भयो भन्ने अहिले पनि राष्ट्रिय योजना आयोगलाई पनि त्यही नै भन्ने गर्थिन् धेरै प्रदेश योजना आयोगहरू त यो दोस्रो कार्यकालमा जाँदैछन्, यसलाई पनि त्यही नै भन्ने। हामीले चाहिँ त्यसो गर्न हुँदैन, हामी सक्ने चिज योजनामा पनि लेखौँ र त्यो योजनामा लेखेको कुरो कार्यान्वयन गर्न सरकारलाई चाहिँ योजना आयोगले चाहिँ सर्टेन ठाउँमा डिक्टेट पनि गर्न सक्छ, त्यो हिसाबले पनि जानुपर्छ भनिसकेपछि हामीले दोस्रो योजनामा राख्यौँ र दोस्रो योजनाको पहिलो बजेट अहिले कार्यान्वयन भइरहेको छ। त्यसमा चाहिँ हामीले पहिला सुरुमा के गर्दा नीतिगत सुधार गर्नु पर्यो। हामीले गर्ने त भन्यौँ, नीतिगत सुधार नहुने हो भने त स्टार्ट गर्न अरू व्यवसायलाई पनि गाह्रो होला भनेर हामीले अहिले गण्डकी प्रदेशको पर्यटन नीति बनाउँदैछौँ। अहिले प्रोफेसर डाक्टर पुष्कर बजाचार्यले भन्नुभयो 1972मा चाहिँ हामीले पहिलो पटक चाहिँ पर्यटन नीति लिएर आएको थियौँ। त्यसपछि 2005मा 2062मा रिभाइज भयो र अहिले सङ्घ सरकारले पनि त्यो रिभिजन गर्दैछ। अब उसले पनि रिभिजन गर्दै गरेको हुनाले हामीले फेरि सङ्घ प्रदेश स्थानीय तहको आफ्नै तहगत सम्बन्ध छ। हामीले सङ्घले बनाएको चिजभन्दा फरक बन्यो भने त्यो आफै नलिफाइड भएर जान्छ भनेपछि सङ्घले चाहिँ सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्मको लागि चाहिँ जे व्यवस्था गरिरहेको छ हामीले हाम्रो प्रदेशको मौलिकताको आधारमा हाम्रो प्रदेशको निड्स, हाम्रो प्रदेशको सम्भावना र हाम्रो प्रदेशको चाहिँ टुरिज्मको सस्टेनेबल एउटा चाहिँ एक्सपान्सन गर्ने भन्ने हिसाबले चाहिँ हामीले हाम्रो दोस्रो पञ्चवर्षीय योजनाको आलोकमा र सङ्घ सरकारले बनाउने रिभाइज गरेको, तेस्रो पटक रिभाइज गर्दै गरेको पर्यटन नीतिको आलोकमा चाहिँ हामीले गण्डकी प्रदेशको पर्यटन नीति ड्राफ्ट गर्दैछौँ। त्यो पनि हामी यहाँका स्टेक होल्डरहरूसँग छलफल गर्दैछौँ अर्को महिनादेखि र हामी त्यसलाई चाहिँ लङ टर्म सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्म विकास हामीले भन्ने गरेको यहाँ गण्डकी प्रदेशमा कल्चरल टुरिज्म होला होइन, अर्को चाहिँ तपाईँको प्राकृतिक सांस्कृतिक अनि त्यसपछि साहसिक टुरिज्म हामी जे भन्छौँ ती 3टै खम्बाहरूलाई पिलरहरूलाई चाहिँ हामी चाहिँ एड्रेस गर्ने किसिमको पर्यटन नीति बनाउने र त्यही नीति अनुसार हामीले चाहिँ पर्यटकीय राजधानी घोषणाको सन्दर्भलाई अझ अधिकतम रूपमा चाहिँ यसलाई चाहिँ एक्सपान्सन गर्ने हिसाबले हामीले चाहिँ दिगो पर्यटनको लागि काम गर्ने रणनीतिहरू तय गरेका छौँ। धन्यवाद।
Okay, may I request to Ganesh Bhandari sir, please take 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure to attend this program as a panelist, and as a doctor speaking Nepali, I love to also speak in Nepali. So, यो नेपालको यो सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्मको कुरा गरिराख्दाखेरि पहिला 1950s देखिको अझ त्योभन्दा अगाडि हाम्रो जापानिज बिचु पनि नेपालको ट्राभल गर्नलाई अब टिबेट टुर भएर कावागुची आउनुभयो। त्यसपछि 1950s मा हिपिस्ट टुरिज्म मात्र नभइकन यो 60s मा हिपिस्ट भयो। डाक्टर साहबले भनिसक्नुभयो 50s मा
just second. Japanese monk, he was Kawaguchi, who traveled this country during the time of Chandra Shamsher, Prime Minister Chandra Shamsher JVR. Just for information.
Ikai Kawaguchi, yes.
Who have expelled all the Buddhist monks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But because I just like to, he was the first, according to our books. त्यसपछि 1950s देखि 60s को दशकमा जुन सुरु भयो अहिले डाक्टर साहबले भनिसक्नुभयो एक्चुअली अहिलेको फिस्टल लज भनेको मेरो ग्रान्डफादरको फार्मिङ ल्यान्ड हो स्टार्टेड फ्रम देयर सो बिस्तारै पोखराको डेभलपमा रोड आउनुभन्दा पहिला जहाज आयो सम्भवतः 2014 सालतिर हो त्यसपछि 16 सालबाट बिल्डअप भएको रोडहरू 24 सालतिर बल्ल चाहिँ हाम्रो पृथ्वी राजमार्ग सुरु भयो त्यसपछि 28-29 सालबाट लेट किङ वीरेन्द्रबाट सिद्धार्थ राजमार्गको सुरुवात भएपछि पोखराको जनसङ्ख्याको वृद्धि दर 2007 सालतिरको 5000 पपुलेसनको जनसङ्ख्याको ग्रोथ रेट बढ्दै गएर अहिले हामी 7 लाखभन्दा अप प्लस छौँ यो सबैको चाहिँ मुटु भनेको के हो त यो रोड एक्सिस हो त्यसपछि 52 सालमा बागलुङ हाइवे बन्यो र एयर एक्सिसहरू बढ्दै गए यसले गर्दा पनि टुरिज्मलाई केही बढ्दै गएर हाम्रो कल्चर इन्भाइरोमेन्ट नेपालको नेचर हेर्न प्रशस्त टुरिज्महरू आउँथे र हाम्रो हस्पिटालिटी अतिथि देवो भव भन्ने भावनाबाट उत्पन्न भएर एकपटक आएका पर्यटकहरू एज अ ट्राभल टुरिस्टको रूपमा आउँथे र धेरै त्यति बेला आउने पर्यटकहरू भनेको यो टुरिस्ट र ट्राभलर्समा बिग डिफरेन्स छ भन्छु मैले दे आर नट अ टुरिस्ट दे आर द ट्राभलर्स with lot of full of experience, with the knowledge, with lots of things. It doesn't matter what dress they wear. तर त्यो चिजबाट हाम्रो टुरिज्म सुरु भएको चिज र नेपाल असाध्यै भित्रबाट नेपालको विकास नभएको त्यति बेला बत्ती थिएन त्यति बेला पानी राम्रोसँग थिएन बाटो थिएन त्यो बेलामा आएका पर्यटकहरू पटक पटक आउँछन् तर उहाँहरू यो विगत 50 वर्षसम्म आइपुग्दाखेरि हाम्रो टुरिज्मलाई बन्नुपर्ने इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरहरू नबनेको कारणबाट दुखी पनि छन् तर फेरि केही गभर्मेन्टको कन्ट्रोल नभएका कारणले गर्दा हाबिजाई रूपमा चाहिँ अहिले इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरहरू बिल्डअप भएको छ इको फ्रेन्डली छैन नेचर फ्रेन्डली छैन र हाम्रो माउन्टेन रुरल एरियामा पनि इन्टरनेसनल इको फ्रेन्डली हिसाबले भन्ने हो भने 70 to 80% लोकल सामानहरूको प्रयोग गरेर होटलहरू रेस्टुरेन्टहरू अन्य व्यवसाय गर्नुपर्नेमा हामीले 90% सामान बाहिरबाट इम्पोर्ट गरेर अहिले बिल्डिङहरू बनाइरहेका छौँ विच इज टोटल्ली ब्याड अहिले हामी कहाँ बिस्तारै जब होल्डिङको कुरा गरौँ भने बिस्तारै काठको मिस्त्रीहरू खर्चाउने मान्छेहरू पनि अब नपाउने भइसक्यो किनकि त्यसको हामीले प्रयोग गर्न छाड्यौँ त्यसैले गर्दाखेरि लोकल इकोनोमीमा लोकल चिजहरूको प्रयोग गर्दाखेरि लोकल मान्छेहरूले लोकल मार्केटमा जब पनि पाउने आफूसँग भएको सामान बेच्न पनि पाउने भएको कारणले यो हुन नसकेको कारणले गर्दा म भर्खरै 18 वर्षको उमेरमा कर्णाली गएको थिएँ कर्णाली पनि त्यस्तै छ हाम्रो यो विभिन्न ट्रेकिङ रुटहरूमा म जाँदाखेरिको मान्छेहरू उहाँका छोराछोरीहरू अहिले मैले भेट्दिनँ त्यसैले माउन्टेन वेमा लाइभलीहुड
1 मिनट
ओके सर लाइभलीहुड गराउन सकिएन भने युथहरूलाई टुरिज्ममा सस्टेन गरेर राखिराख्न सकिएन भने हामीले सस्टेनेबल र इकोनोमिक डेभलपको कुरा मात्र गरेर हुँदैन किन वर्षको अहिले 7-8 लाख मानिसहरू 1 लाखको दरले बाहिर गइरहेको छन् गभर्मेन्टले एससी दिएर निस्केकोहरू ब्याचलर सिद्धाएकोहरू मास्टर्स डिग्री सिद्धाएकोहरूलाई नेपालभित्रै जब चाहे टुरिज्म इन्डस्ट्रीमा हो चाहे अन्य इन्डस्ट्रीहरूमा राख्नतिर नलागेको र कृषिलाई पनि ध्यान दिएर कृषिको प्रडक्टलाई बाई प्रडक्ट गरेर हामीले बेच्न नसकेको हुनाले हाम्रो इकोनोमीमा पनि यसले खासै असर पार्न सकिरहेको छैन जति पैसा पर्यटकहरूबाट आयो उति सबै बाहिर जाने गरेको छ त्यसैले गर्दा हामीले सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्मको लागि सिटिज एरियामा लाइक पोखरा काठमाडौँलाई डिस्ट्रोय गरिसक्यौँ काठमाडौँको कल्चरहरू हेरिटेज साइटहरूलाई भने पोखरा पनि एज अ ब्युटिफुल सिटी अफ लाइक पोखरा यसलाई पनि हामी चाहिँ डिस्ट्रोय गरिरहेको छौँ किनकि गभर्मेन्ट कन्ट्रोल भएन 46 सालसम्म र 46बाट लगभग 50-52 सालसम्म कन्ट्रोल थियो 62-63 पछिको चाहिँ को मुभमेन्टमा आएपछि फेरि के भने सबैले माई प्रपर्टी माई राइट्स भन्ने हिसाबले गभर्मेन्ट रुल्स रेगुलेसनलाई फलो नगरिकन गभर्मेन्टले पनि मोनिटर गर्न नसकेको कारणले गर्दाखेरि अब मैले ठाडो भाषामा भन्दाखेरि विक गभर्मेन्ट भएको हुनाले विक लिडर्सहरू भएको हुनाले हामी केमा भने डाउनग्रेडिङमा गएका छौँ यसलाई अप गर्नलाई कसैले दोष लाएर मात्र होइन कि सर यही हुनुहुन्छ आएको बजेट पनि हामीले समयमा खर्च गर्न सकेका छौँ काठमाडौँ पोखरा हाइवे ग्लोबल टेन्डर छ इन्टरनेसनल लोन छ तर पनि हामीले टाइममा सिद्धाउन नसकेर हामी यहाँदेखि काठमाडौँसम्म पटक पटक प्रधान मिनिस्टर र सर्टेन लाइन एजेन्सीको चाहिँ मन्त्रीज्यूहरूसँग डेलिगेसन जानु परेको स्थिति छ त्यसैले गर्दाखेरि म फाइनली के भन्छ भने सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्मको लागि अहिले हामीलाई प्रब्लम के भइरहेको छ भने युथ स्किल भएको मान्छेहरू स्किल वर्कर्सहरूको प्रब्लम भएको छ त्यसैले स्किल वर्कर भएको मानिसहरूलाई हामीले अझै हाई स्कुलदेखि हो कि कलेजदेखि हो कि 6 मन्थ 1 इयर 2 इयरको कोर्सहरू गर्न जरुरी छ त्यसले मात्र हाम्रो नेसनल इकोनोमीदेखि लिएर डेभलपमेन्टमा सपोर्ट गर्न सक्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ र अर्को कुरा कानुनी रूपमा हामीले कर्मचारी युनियनहरू युनियन हुनसक्छ तर पार्टीको दलगत हुन सक्यो भयो भने यो बिग्रेर गएको छ त्यस्तै गरेर हाम्रो कर्मचारी मजदुर युनियन हुनसक्छ तर विभिन्न राजनीतिक पार्टीको युनियनले गर्दाखेरि विदेशी इन्भेस्टरहरू यहाँ चाहिँ टुरिज्ममा चाहिँ इन्भेस्ट गर्न नआइरहेको परिस्थिति छ यसको लागि पनि हामी चाहिँ
थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच May I request Professor Bajracharya for another 5 minutes?
Okay, thank you. Let me add 2 things now. I will come back to sustainability now. First, I will start again from the suggestion itself. Nepal have a lot of potential to develop. It's very rich. I am not going to talk about what that rich means. But very rich resources with other countries. But there is a lot of innovation in this respect in this country. That is what has to be broken. For example, Malaysia does some promotion of Nepal they promote their own tourism, mainly for space tourism, for adventure Nepal. Then why Nepal can't join with many of these countries for wellness, as I said, with Thailand or with India or Sri Lanka, all these things, Myanmar, these things are going to be very possible. Because from the time of Vedas itself and religious tourism also, because now Dr. Devkata of course named it, but let me give you one information. In India, of course, 3 Vishnu sites are very popular. Badrinath, Padmanabheswar, probably the richest temple in the world, and Tirupati, which is third richest temple. But the head of Vishnu is Damodar Kunda, and the Pau is Muktinath. So probably the most precious and pious shrines are here, which we have not been able to sell. Similarly, there are many other things. So joining hand with Sada, Buddhism, of course, we all know what are these 4 places, birthplace, Lumini, plus 3 others. That is, let's join hand with others. Now, tourism is one of the human activities that has started, probably one of the earliest. Because even when, for 80,000 years around, people were hunter-gatherers, and even at that time when, as the animals, they moved from one place to another for the survival, because there were limited supplies. So tourism had started there in itself, long before agriculture came to this earth. But it has to be sustainable. If we do not care for life, Stephen Hawking has estimated that human life will, the planet Earth itself may just by very soon, 2600. That was his calculations. We may take it to another 400 years. The thing that has been there for 3 to 4 billion years, why it can't be for another billions of years? That is where the sustainability has to be there. And even for promoting the tourism now, sustainable practices needs to be promoted, like the forest parting or whatever, to create these kind of ambience and surroundings. Obviously, we have to think about it. Therefore, we have the potential, but let us, the private sector and the government, join it, including other countries which want to promote it, and that way the real positioning. Otherwise, we will always say we are rich, but look at only one example now. Cambodia started tourism only in 1993. Today, 5 million visitors go there. And we are still talking about the same 1 million starting from the early Kawaguchi.
98.
Kawaguchi is 1970, Vikram Sambatira, more than 100 years. And so There is no option. Sustainability, it is not for tourism alone. For every single human activity, industrial activity, development activity, service activity, that is a must, or we are cutting down our world lives. Therefore, even the tourism, therefore, if we think from that perspective, the world even can come together. The real globalization coming in the spirits and minds, forget about the borders, will be there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, may I request? Michael.
Okay, so we have especially in the countries like Nepal, we have from one side we have a problem with roads, for example. You all are familiar with the road, main road actually in the country, from Pokhara to Kathmandu or reverse, and there is a huge problem. People want it, and there is a huge problem to finish, to develop properly. But on the other side, Nepali government is building the roads where actually people don't want them. I just recently published a research about the road development in Everest area, and some research which probably will be published very soon from Annapurna area. You probably visited Annapurna area, mainly most of you visited, and actually the cultural circle, Annapurna circle, is not existing anymore. Go to Annapurna Sanctuary and try to find culture over there. There's nothing like that, nothing. It's like a pure mass tourism. Better go from Deulari to Chonrung. You will find home, family-based hotels empty. Last year I visited this place, and half of the village are already done, empty. People are sell or live this place because there is nothing to do, because they build the road. So what I mentioned previously, we have to think about the consequences, and we have to ask local people what they want. I investigate them in many places, in Nepal, in Indian Himalaya, in Bhutanese Himalaya, and all the issue they mention is that no one asks us about what we think. And this is actually the huge problem. And I just want to connect this a little bit with AI, because I like it what Professor Eugenia Winkens raised, that this will be a huge problem. And Nepal is not somewhere, under the glass sculpture, you actually, because you were living cut for globalization for many years, you actually want this technology. And most of the people, even in the hidden villages in the Himalaya, they have phones. Sometimes there is no range, but they know where to walk to find the signal GPS. So they want to. So this you have to be very careful, and you have to teach your students how to prevent, because the cultural erosion will be actually destruction for this country. Because people like us, Western tourists, we mainly want culture. We have mountains everywhere. We come here because of the culture, because of what also Professor Anne Ashton mentioned about the authenticity. This is what you have. Don't lose it. Authenticity, and you can feel it everywhere, from shop in Kathmandu to some remote village in Himalaya. So this is really important. And just one more thing I want to just say. Bill Gates recently published there was some interview that he mentioned that probably AI will replace teachers and doctors within 10 years. 10 years. Jeffrey Hitchcock, the father of AI and the Nobel laureate, say that within few decades, and maybe earlier, we will be done. We will be much stupider than AI. So we have to be very, very careful. And for me, for example, AI in tourism, it will be like mass tourism. You want to go to a place where is mass tourists? No one wants, actually. Because what for? You will be another customer, another dollars, another money. And this is actually what I observed in Annapurna Sanctuary, which was, heart painful, really. That this is like a business, nothing. There is no place for human being. And this was the biggest disappointment to my life, because I always read before I visited this Annapurna Sanctuary. I have been in Annapurna Circuit many times, but Annapurna Sanctuary I visited for the first time last year. And I just noticed that this is, how you can even say that this is cultural trail? No, it's not. It's just a business. They don't look, because there is no family-run hostels over there. There's just places where you go, sleep, and let's be honest, we were traveled by two, and we try to, because it's always a problem, because it's more people than places, so we want to make a reservation, and all the people ask us, how many are you? 2? No. If you will be 20, that's fine. 2, no. We'll not make a reservation for 2. So this is another problem, that you don't want to rid off individual tourism. Even people mentioned to us in Annapurna Sanctuary that there is less and less American people. Why? Because of that. They look authenticity. So they move to the different place. In Nepal, still you have a lot of them. But why to lose one after another? Okay, so thank you.
Good. Okay, Rakshan. As usual.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. अहिले पुष्कर सरले भनेकोबाट स्टार्ट गर्न चाहेँ। अहिले मैले भन्दै थिएँ नि हामीसँग यो चिजहरू छ भनेर, उहाँले दामोदर कुण्ड चाहिँ पाऊ, के अरे शिर र मुक्तिनाथ पाऊ, होइन? त्यस्तै ठाउँहरू हामी कहाँ चाहिँ धेरै छ। हाम्रो प्रोफेसरले भन्नुभयो उहाँले, होइन, हामी कहाँ चाहिँ कल्चरल टुरिज्म चाहिँ एकदम त्यसैको लागि चाहिँ फरेनरहरू आउँछन्, हेर्छन्, तर त्यो चिज चाहिँ धेरै चाहिँ कमजोर भइसकेको छ अहिले। त्यस्तो अवस्थै छैन। इभन उहाँले के भन्नु, हाम्रो कल्चरल ट्रेल जे भन्नुभयो, भनिन्छ भनौँ न अन्नपूर्ण रिजनमा, त्यो त कल्चरल ट्रेल त्यो त पुरै बिजनेस चाहिँ ट्रेलको रूपमा मात्रै भएको जस्तो छ भन्नुभयो। यो कुरा चाहिँ म पनि सहमत छु कि यस्तो कुराहरू हामीले के गर्यौँ भने तत्कालै यो टुरिज्म सस्टेनेबिलिटीलाई चाहिँ यो कुरो एकदमै यो म्यासेज ग्लोबल मार्केटमा जाँदा चाहिँ हामीलाई यसले चाहिँ केही पनि फाइदा गर्दैन हेर्नुहोस्, होइन? त्यस कारणले पर्यटन व्यवसायमा चाहिँ लाग्नुभएका अथवा पर्यटन क्षेत्रमा काम गर्ने भनौँ न चाहिँ सबै व्यक्तिहरूले पनि बुझ्नुपर्ने कुरा के छ भने हाउ दि टुरिस्ट पर्सिभ द्याट एरिया, होइन? उसले त्यो एरिया रिजनलाई कसरी पर्सिभ गरिराखेको छ त, उनीहरू के सुनेर आएका थिए, के देख्दै थिएन, उनीहरूका बा पुस्ताले के देखेका थिए र अहिले के देख्दैछन् र अब आउने पुस्ताले के देख्छ, हेर्न आएको त हाम्रो माउन्टेन चाहिँ कल्चर होला, अनि माउन्टेनको चाहिँ अर्को चाहिँ त्यो युनिकनेस होला, होइन? अनि त्यस्तै चाहिँ हामी कहाँ चाहिँ लोकल कल्चरका चाहिँ जे इन्फर्मेसनहरू छन् ती चिजहरू हेर्न आएका होला, ती कुराहरू चाहिँ हामी कहाँ लोप हुँदै गएको अवस्था छ। अब ती चिज चाहिँ कतै कतै मलाई पनि के लाग्छ भने हामी चाहिँ जसरी होमस्टेहरूको विस्तार गरिरहेको छ, एक दुईवटा म इक्जाम्पल दिन्छु। होमस्टेहरूको विस्तार गर्दै गर्दा कनेक्ट प्रदेश सरकारको पनि प्राथमिकता थियो अघिल्लो 5 वर्ष निकै होमस्टे भन्यो, होमस्टेमा हामीले अनुदान दियौँ, तर यहाँहरूले चाहिँ त कतिजना पाउनु भएको छैन, यहीँ पोखरामा बसेर हेरिराख्नु भएको सरहरूले त देख्नुभयो होला। होमस्टेमा तपाईँ जाने भनेको 5, 7, 10 जनाको ग्रुप लिएर जाने, उहाँले भने जस्तै मास, अनि आफ्नो अनुकूलको बजारबाट चाहिँ चिकन किनेर लिएर जाने, अनि अरू किनेर जाने, उनीहरूसँगै जाने, उनीहरू 1 घन्टा पहिला पुग्ने, उनीहरूसँगै फर्कने अथवा 1 घन्टा पछि फर्कने र टुरिज्मको बिजनेस गर्ने। यसरी टुरिज्मको सस्टेनेबिलिटी हुँदैन। त्यहाँ के हेर्न गएको हुन्छ त पर्यटक? त्यहाँ जाने अनि लोकल चिजहरू चाहिँ उत्पादन गरेको छ भने त्यो लोकल चिजहरूको चाहिँ एक्सपिरियन्स लिने, त्यहाँको चाहिँ कल्चरल चाहिँ जुन हाम्रो चाहिँ कल्चर छ त्योसँग साक्षात्कार गर्ने र त्यसपछि फर्कने। टुरिस्टको त इच्छा त्यही हुन्छ, मै गए पनि त्यही हुन्छ। तर हामीले त्यो केही देखेको छैन। सबै कुराहरू चाहिँ आर्टिफिसियालिटी बढी छ। त्यसले लङ टर्म अथवा सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्ममा चाहिँ को लागि चाहिँ हित गइरहेको छैन। यसले तत्काललाई फाइदा भयो होला बिजनेसलाई, तर यसले चाहिँ हाम्रो टुरिज्म कल्चरल टुरिज्ममा यसले चाहिँ कुनै चाहिँ पोजिटिभ चाहिँ नोट एड गरेको छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्दैन। त्यस कारणले हामीले पर्यटन क्षेत्रको चाहिँ सस्टेनेबिलिटीको लागि अथवा सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्मको लागि अझ त म त रिक्रिएसन भन्छु होइन, कति ठाउँमा त हामीले रिक्रिएसन गर्नुपर्ने स्टेजमा पुगिसकेको छ। त्यसका लागि रिक्रिएसन भयो भने सस्टेनेबिलिटी अटोमेटिक हुन्छ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। त्यसका लागि चाहिँ हामीले हाम्रो जुन टुरिज्म बिजनेस छ, टुरिज्म बिजनेसलाई पनि अलिकति मौलिकतामा चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ ध्यान दिन सक्यौँ भने यो चाहिँ सस्टेनेबिलिटी पुरा हुन्छ। अरू त्यो बाहेक म जस्तो 2-3 एक्जाम्पल चाहिँ प्रदेशमा हामीले माउन्टेनलाई मात्रै देखाउने। हेर्नुहोस् न, ट्रेकिङ गर्ने ठाउँहरू म गोर्खाको मान्छे हुँ, तर म गोर्खाको चुमनुमरी धार चाहिँ कहिले पुगेको छैन, किनकि म पालुङटारको मान्छे, सुगौँ ठाउँको मान्छे भनौँ न होइन। तपाईँ हाम्रो माथि चाहिँ मनासको रिजन छेर्ने गेट भने त गोर्खा बजारबाट चाहिँ आरुघाट हुँदै माथि छार्ने गेट हो नि। त्यहाँबाट तपाईँ माथि जानु भने चुमनुमरी पुग्नु भयो। तर म जियोलोजीको विद्यार्थी भएर जियोग्राफी मैले पढ्ने भएँ, अटोमेटिक जियोग्राफी चाहिँ मलाई थाहा छ। तपाईँ चाहिँ माथिल्लो बेल्टमा गइसकेपछि तपाईँ चुम भ्यालीतिर जाने र नुम्रीतिर जाने भने नुम्री हुँदै तपाईँ लार्के पासबाट मनाङ ओर्लिन्छ, मनाङबाट चाहिँ धारापानी हुँदै चामे हुँदै तपाईँ चाहिँ तिलिचो जाने एउटा हो। आजकल त तिलिचोबाट यता आउने बाटो पनि लगभग चिचलिएको छ। नभए तपाईँले चाहिँ थोरङला पास गरेर मुस्ताङ आउनुहुन्छ, जहाँ चाहिँ मुक्तिनाथ आइन्छ, जहाँ चाहिँ हामी चाहिँ उसको पाउ छ भन्नुभयो सरले, त्यो इन्फर्मेसन त्यो ठाउँमा आइन्छ र त्यसपछि हामी मुस्ताङ हुँदै तल झर्छौँ। अझै जान चाहे त्यहाँबाट चाहिँ माथि गएर दामोदर गण्डा पुगेर हामी अप्पर मुस्ताङ ट्राभल गरेर फर्किन सक्छौँ, या उता हामी सेफोक्सुन्डो चाहिँ जान सक्छौँ। यस्ता खाले चिजहरूलाई हामीले अलिक कनेक्ट गर्ने, लङ बस्ने महिना दिनको टुरिस्टको लागि एउटा प्याकेज त्यही किसिमको चाहिँ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेभलपमेन्ट, अनि 15 दिन आउनेलाई एक किसिमको प्याकेज, 10 दिन आउनेलाई एक किसिमको प्याकेजहरू डेभलप गऱ्यौँ र हामीले हाम्रो कल्चर हेर्न आएको, हाम्रो चाहिँ के भन्छ प्राकृतिक चाहिँ छटा हेर्न आएको, अथवा हाम्रो चाहिँ यो साहसिक पर्यटनमा चाहिँ अभ्यस्त हुन आएको अथवा अनुभव लिन आएका व्यक्तिहरू सबैलाई इन्गेज गर्न सक्ने इन्भाइरोमेन्ट बन्छ र चाहिँ टुरिज्मको सस्टेनेबिलिटी हुन्छ भन्ने चाहिँ मलाई लाग्छ। अब मैले निष्कर्षमा के भन्न खोजेँ भने हामीसँग भएका जति पनि चाहिँ टुरिस्टिक डेस्टिनेसन्सहरू छन्, ती टुरिस्टिक डेस्टिनेसनहरूको चाहिँ भौतिक विकास भनेको बाटो मात्रै पुर्याउने हो जस्तो चाहिँ मलाई लाग्दैन। जहाँ बाटो नपुगिकन टुरिस्टको विकास गर्न सकिन्छ त्यहाँ त्यस्तै खाले टुरिस्ट जान्छन्। त्यो हामीले तत् विधासँग चाहिँ फ्रेन्डली हुने इन्भाइरोमेन्ट, हाम्रो मौलिकता पनि जोगाउने, हाम्रो संस्कृति पनि जोगाउने, हाम्रो चाहिँ एक किसिमको चाहिँ यो मौलिकपनहरू जात जाति धर्म जे छ त्यसको कल्चर आफ्नै जे चिजहरू छन् र हाम्रो प्राकृतिक चाहिँ दृश्यहरूलाई त्योसँग चाहिँ हाम्रो प्रकृतिलाई त्योसँग साक्षात्कार गर्ने र अलिकति चाहिँ हामीले त्यही अनुसारको मौलिकता झल्कने खालको चिजहरूको चाहिँ विकास गर्न सक्यौँ भने गण्डकीमा चाहिँ टुरिस्टको चाहिँ टुरिज्मको चाहिँ सस्टेनेबिलिटी चाहिँ अत्याधिक छ। वान मोर इन्फर्मेसन मैले के दिन चाहेँ भने अहिलेको रिसेन्ट इकोनोमिक सर्वेले पनि के देखाएको छ भने गण्डकीका पहाडहरू गरिब छैनन्, धनी हुँदै गएका छन्। त्यो भनेको फेरि हाम्रो अरू ठाउँभन्दा हामी कहाँ अझै पनि के छ भने मान्छेहरू कास्कीको डाँडाकाँडामा जानुभयो, लमजुङ गोर्खाको चाहिँ गाउँमा जानुभयो, अझै पनि पहाडका बस्तीहरूमा त्यस्ता ठाउँहरू छन् जहाँ इकोनोमिक एक्टिभिटी टुरिज्मका कारणले, होमस्टेका कारणले, टुरिस्टहरू पदमार्ग हुँदै जान चाहेका कारणले त्यहाँ एक्टिभिटीहरू अहिले पनि जारी छ। र त्यो ठाउँमा चाहिँ अब छोरा पुस्ता बसाइ सर्यो, हजुरबा पुस्ता चाहिँ बुढो भए पनि बा पुस्ताहरू अझै बसेर चाहिँ आफ्नो व्यवसाय गरिरहेको छ। त्यस कारणले हाम्रो चाहिँ पहाडी माउन्टेन इकोनोमी चाहिँ रिलेटिभली भने रिलेटिभली चाहिँ अझै पनि स्ट्रङ छ र त्यसलाई कन्टिन्यू गर्ने भने हामीले यस्ता खाले चिजहरूलाई चाहिँ प्रवर्धन गर्नुपर्छ र चाहिँ हाम्रो टुरिज्मको चाहिँ सस्टेनेबिलिटी रहन्छ र इकोनोमिक एक्सपान्सन चाहिँ इकोनोमिक एक्टिभिटी बढ्ने भनेको इकोनोमिक एक्सपान्सन बढ्न जान्छ र हामीले चाहिँ हाम्रो प्रदेशलाई चाहिँ माइग्रेसनबाट कम गर्ने र चाहिँ सस्टेनेबल टुरिज्ममा काम अझ बढी गर्ने बन्छ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Okay. Ganesh Bhandari sir, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I'm confusing myself what to talk, what not to talk, What happened is we need infrastructure, there was no doubt. But just he have his own experience and training. Both of seniors are they already told. We build the roads which are not necessary. And which road our son and daughter never use. Maybe they will use as a farmer tractors over there. 60% of the road not usable now. But wherever the needs of the roads, we don't have it. That's why if we want to have a sustainable tourism, road access, trekking trails, aircraft service, air bus service is important. But look at our airlines. Look at our tourism indicators. It is upcoming or declining, our tourism in Nepal. Nepal Tourism Board and Nepal government is counting our nephew and brothers and sister-in-law. They migrate abroad, they come over Nepal, and they thought that the European tourists are coming. They are big because they have an American green card. They are a British card. They are in Australia. They are in Malaysia, Hong Kong, Singapore. I mean, government must not publish the fake information to the people. Government cannot do these things. But this is only one country where the Nepal Tourism Board is celebrating. We achieved the 1 million tourists. Who they are, where they from, which airlines they use. They come by road or by air access. Look at our conditions of our Royal Nepal Airlines, or let's say Nepal Airlines. It has been the flight operating major destination of the Europe. But look at now, the catering of the air service make the problems. Come to India, they charge you 800 euro to 1200 euro. But if you come to Nepal, it costs you 1600 to 2000 euro. Then how do we expect to have the quality tourist? Now we are looking for the Chinese and Indian mass tourism, and we are looking for European market quality tourism. This is a major things for the tourism in Nepal. That's why I think our foreign ministers, tourism minister, Nepal Tourism Board have to think, and finance minister have to think, and prime minister have to think very seriously about these matters of how we can develop the tourism in Nepal, make a concrete decisions and action plan, not only in the paper. Lot of professors, and I think the bigger dignitaries already present the papers, but it doesn't come in the action. That's why I think most of the professors, intellectual people also getting tired of our leaders and bureaucracy. So that to develop the tourism, I think we need the air bus company service at first. After that, we can hold a lot of young entrepreneurs to teach them the better educations in tourism, hospitality, or skill. If you want to build a road, if you want to build anything, you need skilled people. Myself, I want to share with you, I also had skills. I had a what you call, I'm a cottage industry. I have training about electricity 6 months over here. Then I went to Germany for another 3 years for course for making the house insulation plan. So I mean, now we didn't have a trained manpower. To develop the country, you did not need a party members. Now all the political party want to make their political members counting the numbers. how many people they have with skills, how many people they have with education, knowledge about farming, trekking, anything, any knowledge. This is our major problem to develop in our country sustainable tourism. So if we want to develop the sustainable tourism, we have a certain goal for WTO given. I don't want to tell you all these things. It is everybody having their mobile. I want to have something in the action. All the data, everything, The population growth in Pokhara, I already told you, mentioned, my grandfather time is 5,000 people live in this town. But now we have more than half a million, 700,000 people, maybe out employee come, some people come in the business. I think already we have 1 million, more than 1 million people live in Pokhara. So sustainable tourism, I think the government have an action plan. I'm very, very worried about it, that all this infrastructure build, which is not necessary for Nepal and Nepalese. We all import the foreign goods and invest their money. Our foreign currency exchange, we serve them all the food what we import from abroad. We don't sell out, as a doctor already mentioned that even you go in trekking, you have all the canned foods and things like that. We didn't have the organic foods. We didn't have indigenous food. We never promote our indigenous food. If you go any 5-star hotel, which hotel going to serve you the indigenous food? Can you tell me? Did you have that? That's why I think if we want to develop sustainable tourism, our government and we entrepreneurs and our local governments and National Planning Department of Nepal also be very serious about this matter. They have to see last 100 years, last 50 years what they have been done. It's not personally them, their organization, what they did is very important things. That's why I think in sustainable tourism to develop, the government has to put very, very strong the action plan to develop and to stop all these concrete jungle buildings for Nepal. Even it's not only in Pokhara, I already mentioned Kathmandu and other major cities going to be finished, destroyed. I didn't expect to have more tourists in Nepal because of the mass tourism, and this jungle building is destroying our trekking routes and trails. There's a lot of travelers who come last 50 years, they wouldn't come back again. And how we do the marketing and promotion, and look at our condition of Nepal Tourism Board and tourism ministers and foreign affairs minister doesn't show any hope for the upcoming youth. That's where all the youth are every day, 3,000 to 4,000 youth is going back silently. The government have to feel very shy and ashamed. The government doesn't have an eye and ear, nose to smile. How we can leave your son and young daughters go abroad every day, 3,000 to 4,000 people?
Thank you very much.
That's why we have to be serious to develop our sustainability tourism to stop those young people. Otherwise, we cannot develop the sustainable tourism in Nepal. It doesn't help our economic development. It doesn't help us to the progress of our GDP to improve. And हाम्रो व्यापार घाटा कम्ती गर्नलाई पनि युथहरु नै चाहिन्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you all panelists. And now I would like to open the floor, and I personally request to ask altogether 4 questions. If you have individual question, that will be connected to individual panelists, altogether 4. Please, if you have.
The community also part to eat. Then whatever kind of brand you give to a particular segment of tourism, that is not going to be done. Therefore, you have to take, if you really want to sustain the activities, sustain the tourism, or sustain any other economic activity also, involvement of the people, community, and then benefit sharing, some kind of a development of that formula is a must.
And I ask questions, why do you want to develop tourism? What is the reason? And they were just saying to make money. Yes, and for the volunteers, of course, is to visit Nepal. So they were not interested really in helping the people that were volunteering for. They were here for different reasons. And it's the same with tourism now, sustainable tourism. For who are they talking about being sustainable? For the host community, for the business people, for the planners, for the managers. who are you talking about? Yes, but it's not quite clear. They don't work together.
Yeah, but you know...
That they don't interact together.
Yeah, but and it's fine, because we have to go deeper and deeper to some specific topic, but we have to just put this on a bigger picture. Otherwise, we don't know the weight of the input. So this is the biggest issue, just to recognize all stakeholders, everything. Because also environment, what you mentioned.
Yes.
Also it's important. We don't want to make a garbage, you know. Too many people and only benefits. They develop road almost everywhere in the Napurna region, circle. They connected what you sir mentioned, that it should be separate. Let's build a road, but not connected with the trekking trail, because all the tourists will take a jeep or whatever. And we thought previously, before my research, we thought that this is like, okay, but this is not only people who have hostels, there are also people who do agriculture over there, but they're also losing, because it's cheaper to bring food from the valley than to grow over there. So they are also almost also losing. So all of them losing because of the roads. And don't understand me wrong, I'm not against the road, but there is no policy. For example, it should be strict ban for tourists to use a road. It's that simple, very simple, one paper, and a huge fine if someone will take tourists. Because local people needs road just to go, even for Ramesh, you mentioned, for a beer or wine to Pokhara and have fun.
That is two from this Gandaki Pradesh and one from Bagmati Pradesh, Dolaka. When I went to Amaltari, the Tharu are there, but the Tharu told me, Tharu has been sold, but Tharu is not selling anything. When I went to Jomsom, the Thakali told me, Thakalis are sold, but Thakali are not selling anything. And one of the very small tribe that lives in Jiri of Dolaka, they are the Jirel. The same question I asked with them, and they answered the same, as Thakali and the Tharus were answering to me. My question is, accept my Guru Professor Dr. Puskar Vajracharya. And it comes to other side. Basically, you concentrate, please, the government and the practitioner, practicing entrepreneur. What is happening there? What is your internal program as the government? Do you have any program to develop the indigenous knowledge, indigenous skill that is to be brought for our tourism purposes? What we are talking, that is, in my view, that is the sustainability. Okay. And the same question to Ganesh Bhandari sir, if you don't mind. I visit Ganesh Bhandari sir. How you are developing, you are talking about the canned food, the different foods, all these things, and who are providing that? I think the large corporate houses are responsible to ruin the villages of Nepal, because we do not get the moi there, but Coca-Cola is available. They are not making any roti, pancake, but they are providing just chow chow. And what should be, and one word I want to coin here, that nowadays in Nepal, if you can, please try to do, and we will also support, no hotel but hotel. Take all the facilities of the hotel in a home, and that is the possibility. Otherwise, if you don't have any power, any capacity, and Ganesh Bhandari sir, have you just developed any type of the such type of the indigenous people as the tourism entrepreneur supporting your venture? This is my two questions. Government is what? The program government is developing to do, and sure, please, Ganesh Bhandari sir, your social responsibility, I think like so.
के नेपाली ब्रेकफास्ट ल्याऊ भन्दा हामी पोखरामा पाउँछौँ त? Then why not Nepali breakfast? pastries, breads, and all these things are available. Chowmeins, noodles available. Why not the sell roti, makai ko roti, koda ko roti, papar ko roti, moi, junelo, bhuteko makai? Why not Nepali breakfast? Thank you.
Dr. Devkota, do you have any specific plan as a planner to separate plan or to make a separate plan on cultural tourism and natural tourism? And as an entrepreneur in tourism sector, sir, what's about agriculture tourism? We say Nepal is agriculture country, but till now from morning, I haven't listened any word about agriculture tourism. So, especially we have to focus on that, in my opinion. Do you have any specific plan for those things? That is from Christpier to like a Vice-Pier up to Vice-Pier labor or like this? Both of you. Thank you.
कल्चरल टुरिज्म र चाहिँ अरू भनौँ न त्यो फरक छ भने छ। हामीले अहिले त्यो दोस्रो योजनामा पनि लेखेका छौँ। टुरिस्ट पर्यटन राजधानी घोषणा अध्ययन कार्यालयले दिएको रिपोर्ट पाइन्छ र भर्खरै हामीले गण्डकी र लुम्बिनी प्रदेश बिचको मुख्यमन्त्रीहरूको चाहिँ मिटिङमा पनि यो चिजलाई मेन्सन गरेका छौँ र हामी त्यसरी जाने जस्तो मगर ट्रेल भन्ने चाहिँ संस्कृतिकै कुरा आयो हैन। अहिले सदिन उठाउनु ध्यान आउनु मगरहरू गोर्खादेखि तनहु त्यसपछि स्याङ्जा पाल्पा हुँदै हामी रोल्पासम्म चाहिँ एउटा के भन्छ मगरहरूको चाहिँ पदमार्ग बनाउने भनेर हामीले अहिले प्लानिङ गरिरहेका छौँ। त्यसै गरी हामीले यही वर्ष इम्प्लिमेन्टेसनमा गइरहेको गुरुङ हेरिटेज ट्रेल मार्ग छ अनि त्यसले संस्कृतिको संरक्षण गर्ने कुरा भयो हैन। त्यसै गरी हामीले अर्को चाहिँ के छ भने धवलागिरी राउन्ड धवलागिरी पदमार्ग त्यो चाहिँ हामीले नेचरलाई चाहिँ अलिकति फोकस्ड गरेर अब सडक पूर्वाधार अरू एक्सपान्सन हुँदा चाहिँ म गएको वर्ष मनाङ गएको थिएँ। म यो वर्ष पनि वैशाखमा जाँदैछु। तपाईँले लमजुङ कटेर जब मनाङ प्रवेश गर्ने एरियामा पनि सबै पहिलाको चाहिँ ट्रेकिङ ट्रेलमा चाहिँ अहिले सडकहरूको चाहिँ एक्सपान्सन भइरहेको छ। यसरी चाहिँ हुँदैन भनेर हामीले त्यसको पनि वैकल्पिक पदमार्ग बाटो बनिसक्यो त्यसलाई कहाँ कसरी डिस्टर्ब गर्ने त्यो भयो भने फेरि विकास विरोधी भइन्छ हैन। वैकल्पिक पदमार्गहरूको चाहिँ खोजीको लागि चाहिँ हामीले अहिले काम गरिरहेका छौँ। त्यसरी हामीले यसलाई सेपरेट गर्न लागेको छौँ। हामी जानै पर्छ सेपरेसनमा। धन्यवाद। अहिले सरले हुनुभयो हाम्रो ब्रेकफास्ट चाहिँ नेपाली रेस्टुरेन्टहरूमा जाँदा सायद यो सरले अझ दिनुहुन्छ होला मलाई लागेको। हामीले सबै मौलिकता खोज्या हो नि त हैन। हाम्रो चिज हाम्रो पन खोज्या हो नि हुन्छ। मैले अहिले आज नेपालीमा बोलिरहेको कारण नै हो कि म एकदम राम्रो अङ्ग्रेजी बोल्न पनि सक्छु लेख्न पनि सक्छु विदेशी जागिर पनि खाएर आएको विदेशमै पढेको होइन। तर मैले किन यो नेपाली बोल्न होइन सन्देश पनि दिनुपर्छ। हामीले प्रयत्न गरौँ त यो यत्रो सबै एकाडेमिक भएको ठाउँमा मैले इङ्ग्लिस बोल्न नजानेर इङ्ग्लिस नबोलेको हो र सर र म त सँगै पढाउँथ्यौँ काठमाडौँमा होइन। मैले भन्न खोजेको हामीले नै चाहिँ प्र्याक्टिस गर्ने चिजहरू एकचोटि मनन गरौँ त। हामीले भन्नलाई प्रश्न गर्नलाई चाहिँ हामी गर्छौँ तर हामीले गर्ने प्र्याक्टिसमा चाहिँ के छ। म त्यो प्र्याक्टिस गर्न चाहन्थेँ र मैले यो प्र्याक्टिस गरेँ। मैले त्यसमा अन्यथा भन्नु खोजेँ होइन यति भनेपछि बुझ्नुहुन्छ होला। अर्को सरले भन्नुभएको चिज चाहिँ जस्तो अलमटारीमा गयो नवलपुरको भने थारूले के भन्नु थारू चाहिँ बेचिया छ होइन भन्न खोजेँ त्यही हुन्छ। तर हामीले चाहिँ केही गरेका छैनौँ। थकाली कहाँ गयो मस्ताङमा थकाली चाहिँ बेच्यो होइन। हामीले थकालीले चाहिँ केही बेचेका छैनौँ। जिरो कहाँ गयो के बेचेका छैन। मलाई लाग्छ त्यो सम पोइन्ट अफ भ्यूबाट कसैको पोइन्टबाट ठिक होला। तर हामी अलमटारी किन जान्छौँ त थारू नै भनेर जाने हो कि होमस्टेहरू हेर्न जान्छौँ थारूले नै चलाएको छ। अनि हामी थकाली खाना थकालीले नै बनाएको रेस्टुरेन्टलाई मोर प्रिफर गर्छौँ जस्तो लाग्छ। पोखरामै पनि मलाई भन्नुभयो भने थकाली बाहेक अरूले चलाएको थकाली रेस्टुरेन्ट भन्दा एक्जाम्पल मात्रै दिए त्यसका अरू चिजहरू हुन्। हामी थकाली नै चलाएको रेस्टुरेन्टमा जान चाहिँ बढी प्रिफर गर्छौँ जस्तो लाग्छ। म चाहिँ त्यही गर्छु होइन सकेसम्म। त्यो हुँदा के हुन्छ थकाली टेस्ट अनि थकाली चिज थकालीहरूकै ब्रान्डिङ भइरहेको हुन्छ भने अमलटारी जाँदा हामी थारूको चाहिँ होमस्टेमा बस्ने भनेर गइसकेपछि हामी प्रिफर चाहिँ थारूले चलाएको प्रपर थारूको चाहिँ खानादेखि लिएर सबै चिज प्रिफर गर्छौँ जस्तो मलाई लाग्छ। तर एकाध चाहिँ त्यस्तो भएको हुनसक्छ। र जिरेलका पनि त्यही नै हो होइन। तर हामीले जिरेलका जे भेटिन्छ जिरेलको जस्तो बनाएर बेच्ने काम चाहिँ त्यो चिज भेटिन्न कि, त्यसकारण वी प्रिफर टु गो इन द जिरेलकै त्यो ठाउँमै जान चाहिँ हामी प्रिफर गर्छौँ। तर भन्न जे भनिए तापनि होला त्यो एकाध, तर थकालीको चाहिँ अस्तित्वको लागि हामी थकालीकैमा पुग्ने, थारूको अस्तित्वको लागि अमलटार्ने पुग्ने र जिरीको अस्तित्वको लागि जिरेलका नै पुग्ने हामी चाहिँ छ, मलाई चाहिँ लाग्छ हामीले चाहिँ कमसेकम त्यसो गरेका छैन कि भन्ने मलाई लाग्छ। र यो चाहिँ अब भन्दै गर्दा मान्छेको असन्तुष्टि कहीँ रियालिटी पनि हुन्छ एकाध, त्यसलाई मैले इग्नोर अस्वीकार त म गर्दै गर्दिनँ होइन, त्यो छ। तर हामीले बाहिर भनिए जस्तो ठ्याक्कै चाहिँ हामीले थारूलाई मात्रै बेचेको अथवा थकालीलाई मात्रै बेचेको अथवा जिरेललाई मात्रै बेचेको नभएर उहाँहरूको उत्पादन, उहाँहरूको कल्चर, उहाँहरूको चाहिँ सबै चिजलाई चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ एक्सपोज गरेका छौँ। र गण्डकी प्रदेश सरकारको हकमा चाहिँ यति मैले भन्छु, हामी गुरुङ र मगर र गुरुङ पहिलो र दोस्रो पपुलेसन हो। उहाँहरूको भाषाको लागि भने हामीले भाषा विधेयकै दर्ता गरेर अगाडि बढाइसकेका छौँ। हाम्रा सरकारी कामकाजमा गुरुङ र मगरको चाहिँ हामीले कन्जर्भेसन गर्ने कुरा, त्यो लगायत हामी कहाँ यो प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठान छ, त्यो प्रज्ञा प्रतिष्ठान मार्फत अरू भाषा जात जाति सबैको संरक्षण गर्ने काम चाहिँ अगाडि बढाएको छ र हामी यसलाई अगाडि बढाउँछौँ। धन्यवाद।
विभिन्न जात जातिले खाने खानाहरू पनि बेच्नुपर्छ भनेको हाम्रो इन्डिजिनियस पिपुलबाट प्रमोट गर्न सक्ने खानाहरू सबै जात जातिको बेच्ने हो। वाट इज द पोसिबिलिटिज इन मार्केट। सरले पनि भन्नुभयो वाट इज नेक्स्ट भन्ने, कतिपय हाम्रो मान्छेहरूको कन्सेप्ट के छ भने नेपालीहरूको, एक्चुअली मैले रामदेवबाट त्रिवेणीसम्म पनि हामी एउटा प्रमोटिङ गर्ने हिसाबले गएको थियौँ। कति मान्छेलाई एउटा विदेशी मेरै घरमा आएर बस्नुपर्छ जसको सेतो छाला होस्, ऊ मात्रै टुरिस्ट भन्ने कन्सेप्टबाट हामी सम्पूर्ण नेपालीहरू छौँ। मेरो भिजन अर्कै छ। तपाईँको घरमा आएर टुरिस्ट बस्नुपर्छ, खानुपर्छ, तपाईँले होटलै खोल्नुपर्छ भन्ने छैन। तपाईँले टुरिज्ममा चाहिने आवश्यक सामानको प्रडक्ट या बाई प्रडक्ट गरेर बेच्नुभयो भने तपाईँ पनि टुरिज्म इन्टरप्रेन्योर्स हो। त्यसैले सरले बिर्सिनु भयो, हाम्रो छेउछाउमा कुमाले दाईहरू हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँहरू माटोको भाँडा बनाउने परम्परागत काम गर्नुहुन्छ। मैले धेरैचोटि नेपाल सरकार, प्रदेश सरकार, मुख्यमन्त्रीज्यूहरूलाई पनि भने उहाँको स्किल डेभलप गरौँ न। थाइल्यान्डमा लगेर ट्रेनिङ दिउँ, चाइनामा लगेर तालिम दिउँ। इन्डियन भाँडाकुँडा हामी प्रयोग गरिरहेका छौँ टुरिज्ममा। फ्लावर बेस तपाईँको अगाडि भएको इन्डियाबाट आएको छ, चाइनाबाट आएको छ। वाइ वुडन्ट ट्रेन आवर पिपल? द्याट्स वाइ एम टकिङ अबाउट स्किल डेभलपमेन्ट। त्यसैले जात जातिको मा झगडा गर्ने होइन कि, त्यो जात जातिको के हो। अब यो भाषाको कुरा आइरहेको छ, अब नाउ वर्ल्डमा एउटै भाषा बोल्ने बेला आइसक्यो। अब फेरि संस्कृतको मान्छेहरू फेरि संस्कृत बदला। त्यसैले जिरी होस् या कुनै जाति होस्, आई डोन्ट केयर, इट डज केयर, हि इज ए ह्युमन बिङ। अनि उहाँको परम्परागत के छ भने संस्कृति भाषा बचाउनुहोस्, तर उहाँको खानपिन, रहनसहन, धर्म, संस्कृति बचाउँदै उहाँहरूको प्रोडक्सन के हो। आज चाइनाको डेभलप हेर्नुहोस् न, वान चाइल्ड पोलिसीबाट अहिले बढी चाइल्ड निकाल्न थियो। युरोपियन युनियनहरू, युरोपियन प्रोफेसरहरूले चाइना विल गेट हङ्ग्री एन्ड डाई बिकज अफ द हाई पपुलेसन भने त अहिले पिपुल इज पावर भनेर देखाइरहेछ। त्यसैले हाम्रो जिरेन होस् या जोसुकै होस्, दे आर आवर इनर्जी, दे आर आवर पिपुल, दे आर आवर स्ट्रेन्थ, हाउ वी क्यान डेभलप देम भन्ने कुरालाई ध्यान दियो भने हामी सानो कुरामा हाम्रो माइन्ड चाहिँ खर्च गरेर अड्किनुपर्छ भन्ने मलाई लाग्दैन। त्यसैले हामी प्रडक्सनमा जानुपर्छ भन्ने मेरो मान्यता हो। त्यसैले खानाको कुरा पनि राख्न सकिन्छ, बेच्न सकिन्छ। मैले एउटा बुमराङ रेस्टुरेन्ट भन्ने चलाएको छु, मैले त्यहाँ राखेको थिएँ सर, तर खाने मान्छे कम्ती हुन्छ। अब अर्ग्यानिक भनेर गऱ्यो भने कस्ट हाई हुन्छ होइन। इन्डियन आयो भने सस्तो खोज्छ, चाइनिज आयो झन् सस्तो खोज्ने भयो। युरोपियन मार्केट हामी कहाँ छैन, मैले एयरलाइन्सको कुरा गरिसकेँ। दोज आर द प्रब्लम। त्यसैले गर्दा टुरिज्म इन्डस्ट्री भनेको डाइरेक्टली तपाईँ कहाँ आएर टुरिस्ट बस्नुपर्छ, खानुपर्छ भन्ने मान्यता होइन। टुरिस्टलाई चाहिने सामान हामीले प्रोभाइड गर्नको लागि स्किलफुल मान्छेहरूबाट उत्पादन भएका सामान हाम्रो ह्यान्डिक्राफ्ट मार्केटमा, हाम्रो कृषिलाई अपग्रेड गरेर अहिले कृषिको जमिनहरू खाली छ हेर्नुहोस्, त्यहाँ कम्युनिटी फार्मिङ सिस्टम डेभलप गरेर उनीहरूले डेभलप गरेको सामानहरू बढीमा बेच्दैछ। हाम्रो छेउछाउमा सुन्तला हुन्छ, सर पनि यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ, हामी 30 रुपियाँदेखि 50 रुपियाँ किलो सुन्तला बेच्छौँ, 150 रुपियाँ किलोको इन्डियन सुन्तला खान्छौँ। वाट इज आवर इकोनोमी? वाइ यु डोन्ट प्रोटेक्ट दिस थिङ्स एन्ड मेक द बाई प्रोडक्ट विथ द अरेन्ज जाम बन्छ, जुस बन्छ, चक्लेट बन्छ, खै त। त्यसैले मेरो कुरा के भने म एउटा सानो व्यवसाय हो तर जबसम्म सरकार प्रोडक्सनमा जाँदैन बाई प्रडक्टमा जाँदैन बाई मार्केटमा जाँदैन तबसम्म हाम्रो इकोनोमी जिडिपी बढाउन सकिँदैन भन्ने मेरो मान्यता हो सर है। त्यसैले इट डजन्ट म्याटर तपाईँ कुन धर्म मानिन्छ कुन जातको कुन पृष्ठभूमिबाट आउनु भएको छ सरकार छैन तपाईँसँग स्किल छ कि छैन र गभर्मेन्टले स्टार्टअप गर्ने हाम्रो युथहरूलाई कमसेकम 3 वर्षको लागि सर्वे ल्याउनुहुन्छ ट्याक्स फ्री गरोस् काम गर्ने अप्सन दियोस् उसलाई चाहिने मेसिनरी सामान यो 50 करोडको चाहिँ 2-3 करोडको गाडी चढायो भने ठुलो मान्छे हुन्छ तर उसले ब्याङ्कमा लोन गरेर 1 करोडको सामान गरेर चाहिँ माफामा बन्छ यहाँ स्याउ छ स्याउबाट बाई प्रडक्ट एप्पल साइडर बन्छ धेरै कुरा बन्छ जाम बन्छ जुस बन्छ चक्लेटहरू बन्ला धेरै कुरा बन्ला नि त अब त्यो थाहा लिएर त्यो प्रमोट गर्न लाउनु पर्यो अब हाम्रो बेच्यो यो बेच्यो त्यो बेच्यो धर्म बेच्यो संस्कृति बेच्यो भन्ने भन्दा पनि हाम्रो प्रोडक्सन के हो हाम्रो कल्चर पनि बचाउँ र हाम्रो धर्म संस्कृति पनि बचाउँ हाम्रो भाषाहरू पनि गरौँ होइन। अब यो गाह्रो कुरा छ हेर्नुहोस् अहिले सरले गुरुङ भन्नुभयो आई हेभ लट अफ गुरुङ फ्रेन्ड्स तर मेरो साथीको छोराछोरीहरूले गुरुङ भाषा बोल्दैन होला किनकि बेलायतमा बस्छन् अमेरिका बस्छन् राम्रो अङ्ग्रेजी बोल्नुहुन्छ गुरुङ भाषा बरु मलाई आउँछ उहाँहरूलाई आउँदैन होइन। त्यसैले हामी के भने डाउन टु अर्थमा गयो भने हाम्रो डेभलपमेन्ट हुन्छ। अब एउटाले अर्कोलाई कुरा गर्ने अर्कोले अर्कोलाई गर्ने एउटा नेताले अर्कोलाई भने बालेन र केबी ओली झाडा गरेर जस्तो गरेर बस्यो भने मुलुक बन्दैन। द्याट्स इज माई कन्क्लुजन। थ्याङ्क यू।
Whole deliberation because I am a professor of tourism, so that I would like to make little bit clear. As we discussed many things, our Michael, he said Manang Annapurna Sanctuary is already commercialized. They focus on business and there is no culture. So in tourism, basically 3-4 different stages are already developed by international scholars, and some tourist destination would be changed into stagnation. Stagnation is that stage where people and the destination will start showing negative attitude towards the tourist on one side, and people will become quite commercialized, which will not be accepted by the newcomers or new visitors. This is known as stagnation. As far as the food, as he raised, tourists will be from different nationalities. Every different tourist will have their own interest, own desire, own choice. Therefore, we cannot generalize everything to all different tourists. So that, so he proposed that why not we are selling our own food. You know, the culture of Western tourists, they are socialized from ice cream culture. Their tooth will not accept the hard and the dried food which we produce in Nepal, like bhatmas, makai, etc. They don't allow, they don't accept it at all because of their tooth problem. And if they find ice cream, they will be happy. But which is not possible to sell ice cream in all different local restaurants. Therefore, culture is very important, and every tourist will have their own culture, and they are socialized with their own tradition. And then after, as he, Professor Kalika, Dhurva sir said the example or proposed, asked regarding the prospects of tourism in Jiri, in Tarai, Amaltari, and in Johnson. Johnson Thakali is where after the introduction to tourism, they got airport. Once the airport is opened, local destination, local people have spillover impact. They are highly benefited from different aspects of their economic life. And Jiri, so all different ethnic groups could not be sold as tourist products because tourists have to accept. There is no doubt we love selling the ethnic groups. but no tourist will accept all different activities because there are particular places, particular environment, particular culture and a particular heritage which will be accepted by the tourist. For example, Khumbu, everyone loved this. For example, Mustang, everyone loved this. And Pokhara, everyone loved this. But not all other places they would like this. Therefore, it depends upon the potentiality of the people and the places. And the next, as he highlighted the origin and the development of tourism in Nepal. Tourism in Nepal was actually contributed by the Japanese explorer Jiro Kawakita, who came to Nepal in 1950, and then Tony Helen from Switzerland, who came to Nepal in 1950, and a French mountaineer who climbed Mount Annapurna, and they were the people who really contributed for developing different types of tourism here in Nepal. As far as tourism is concerned, there are more than 125 types of tourism as developed by Haley Stanton. She's from UK and she's the professor of tourism, and she wrote the glossary in which she showed more than 125. Otherwise, she was Valen L. Smith who edited a book, Host and Guest, The Anthropology of Tourism, published in 1977, where she has developed 5 different major types of tourism: ethnic tourism, cultural tourism, historical tourism, environmental tourism, and recreational tourism. Nepal is very popular for environmental tourism, which we are talking about sustainable tourism development. In this deliberation, we had to focus on nature-man connections, as Michael Apollo highlighted in short. See, these days we, the professors, students and the researchers are primarily concerned with climate change because of sustainable tourism development, and we, the professors are talking about Anthropocene, tourism and Anthropocene, which that taught us to know about the relationship between the nature and the man. Therefore, protection of the environment, protection of culture, protection of economy and people, place, and people, planet, and profit. These are the crux of sustainable tourism that, due to the time constraint, we did not discuss, and which is very important, so that socio-ecological system and the system thinking will be very important while discussing about sustainable tourism.
Market research on travelers, because you also said there isn't just one type of tourism. So you may have some knowledge, say, on the adventure tourism, those that come to climb mountains, but you haven't got enough knowledge on cultural tourists, on those that come for other reasons.
And also the attitude of tourists. Because
they
come in to see Everest and take a picture, but they are missing a lot of temples.
You're right, lots of issues.
Combine the attraction. And use all of attraction. What you have, and you have plenty, as you mentioned.
Thank you, moderators, thank you, panelists, and thank you, Professor Dr. Eugenia Yukins and Professor Dr. Dominique Totaro and Campus Chief Birenji Gautam, sir.
So to save time, we are jumping to one question or maximum 2 questions, 5 minutes for question answer round. So, over to you, Professor Dr. Kafle.
He's from Nihon University, Tokyo, Japan. And the presentation topic again is the role of higher education in sustainable development tourism, innovation and economic development. That's the topic of our international conference. And Japan's cultural tourism and sustainable community development. Professor, may I request you to have a presentation that lasts for only 10 minutes, usually followed by 5 minutes again. Questions, Q&A from the floor. Professor. Professor Takehiko, right?
Yeah.
If I'm correct in your pronunciation, and Eshuda. All right, thank you. That's it.
My presentation states Japan's culture, tourism, and sustainable community development. Main purpose is culture innovation is to produce, create something epoch making in rural area. This presentation content cultural capital, social capital, and economic capital. How to combine? David Throsby of cultural economics concept cultural capital. Economic capital brings economic value. Cultural capital brings economic and cultural value. Two forms of cultural capital, tangible, intangible. A tangible form of cultural capital for cultural tourism, architecture, painting, sculpture, it brings about continual service flow. And intangible form of capital, cultural capital for cultural tourism, custom, beliefs, and value shared by groups like music, literature, language. These are powerful cultural values, but no economic value. Cultural and economic value comes from the service flow. This stock produce its own cultural tourism. Stock of this intellectual capital lose values if it is neglected. Social capital is positioned as a complement to economic and cultural capital. The value of art and culture, three perspectives. One, economic capital, generating income and growing economies. Two, social capital, promoting communications to form and maintain communities. Three, cultural capital, inspiring the spirits of people. The assessing regional specific resources in urban planning and cultural tourism. Art project up to 80s in Japan. This is cultural tourism. Outdoor exhibitions rather than art galleries increased. Work in progress approach. Artists staying on site and creating works. This method of art work has been shown to be linked to local revitalization and development. It is becoming popular around the world. Conceptual expansion, 90s, art project 90s. From space to place, new movements have appeared, aiming for new art environments. Collaborative activities developed in association with individual societal events in a social context of the time. This is co-creation. The bubble economy collapsed early 90s. The Great Hanshin Awaji earthquakes, 1995. Movement emerged to create bridges between art and society. How art could contribute to rebuilding the society and 21st centuries. Art projects connected with other fields such as town planning. The concept of site-specific became widespread. Large-scale art festival, Echigo Tsumari Triennale, in rural area in Niigata Prefecture started since 2000. New cultural tourism initiative had begun. This art project, sponsored by the local government and characterized the Kohebitai volunteer group. Kohebitai means small snake group of urban youth and local residents. This is Echigo Tsumari Triennale, rural mountain area in Japan, and heavy snowfall area. Many ski resorts exist. This is last year's Echigo Tsumari Triennale, winter season and summer season, summer and winter season, summer and autumn season, and Setouchi Inland Sea. Echigo Tsumari is here, Niigata Prefecture, and Setouchi Inland Sea is this area. Small islands, many small islands exist. Naoshima Project and Venice Holdings. Futake Shogen, now Venice Holdings company, offered a new concept of Naoshima culture. Naoshima is one of the inland sea. One of the inland sea island. Venice House Museum opened, and Art House project beginning 1998. Work in progress approach adapted. Artists stay on site and have dialogue with local to create work. This has enabling penetration of the site-specific production concept. The Tadao Ando, very famous architecture, built Chichu Art Museum, the Inujima Museum, Rifan Museum of Art, Teshima Art Museum. Venice announced the concept of the Setouchi Art Network to connect the islands of the Seto Inland Sea through art. Naoshima project software, that is hardware, this is software, infrastructure. Standard exhibition 1 to held 26. Naoshima project has succeeded in tourism. 10,000 visitors in 1990, increase in 2000, 40,000. In second, Naoshima standards, second, 2000, in 2008, 340,000 visitors. Setouchi Triennale beginning in 2010. Fukutake Foundation and Kagawa Prefecture played leading role. Kagawa Prefecture's planning art tourism in 23. Fukutake Foundation, Setouchi Art Network. Soichiro Fukutake, CEO, participated in an already successful Echigo Triennale. Fukutake approached its director, from Kitagawa from, with the idea of Setouchi Triennale. Setouchi Triennale was Setouchi Triennale was organized by these two distinct leaders. Soichiro Fukutake, former CEO of Venice company. He believes the economy should be the servant of culture. Setouchi Islands have shouldered a negative legacy with the modernization of Japan. 瀬戸内トリエンナーレ started 2010. The main theme, restoration of the sea. The first瀬戸内トリエンナーレ 2010. Visitors are total 940 people visited. Second Triennale 2013 sub-theme Art and Four Seasons around the Seto Island. Seto Triennale divided spring, summer, autumn 3 seasons, and visitors increased 100 over.
Professor, can you wind up your presentation?
Speak up.
Make it a little
Speak
short.
up. Okay. And 2006, keep over 100. This a volunteer organized Koebitai. Koebitai means small slim group. Volunteer organization is very high access.
And but what I noticed that, and maybe you can tell a little bit more, that and we also discussed about this few minutes ago. I noticed that on those islands, when they develop tourists and these facilities, tourist facilities connected with art, a lot of houses, local houses, are empty. Like people left it because, I don't know, this is my guess, maybe because of tourists, and as Japanese people like quiet, this kind of culture is like want to have this kind of place just for themselves. Maybe this is the reason that too many tourists arrive, and those people decide just to go away because quite good houses completely empty. Just close it. You can guess that no one lived through there. So maybe you can just say a little bit more if you know why it's happening.
Very like modern art. Modern art is powerful. Power changes the island's area. So this Triennale and many Biennale in Japan, Japanese thinking changed. New one, like this new culture makes new Japan's development, I think. It is, but it is process. Libertarian destroy Japanese thinking. But Shohei Ohtani has an old Japanese custom beliefs and makes based on new custom beliefs, he makes tremendous performance. He gets 3 times MLB title. So new Japanese want to make new thinking. This is massive transformative purpose.
Teacher education. Teacher education known as the education of all education. So it is related to our theme, teaching and learning. So I am going to share my research work.
the connecting theory and practice in teacher education, issues and challenges. Now, I would like to clear that. Teacher education is known as the B.Ed and M.Ed program of our universities program. Now, 6 universities of Nepal are launching the teacher education programs. This study dig into the critical intersection of theory and practice in teacher education and exploring the issues and challenges that arises in bridging the gap between academic knowledge and real-world application. It aims to provide a comprehensive overview of teacher education from its historical roots to contemporary practice. We know that teachers are known as the cornerstone, nation builders, gatekeepers, and so on. And they are responsible for shaping the minds of future generation. To fulfill this vital role, they must possess the unique blend of knowledge, skills, and disposition. Teacher education is defined by Sonnen and Van der Kellinde is the process of equipping prospective teachers with the academic and professional competencies necessary to excel in the classroom and contribute meaningfully to society. The historical overview of teacher education is, in Nepal, teacher education was started in 1956 after the establishment of College of Education. College of Education was established before the establishment of Tribhuvan University, which was established in 1960s. Now, teacher education at present in this study is only focused on Tribhuvan University, and research is done in an constitute campus of TU. A 4-year B.Ed program implemented since 2015 to enhance teacher education, and the course, especially this study, is based on the course number 440, which is known as teaching practice course. The course was also restructured and holistic approach, combining theory, skills, and practical teaching experience. Two objectives were to explore the course teacher's perception towards teaching practice and to state the issues and challenges to implement the course of teaching practice. Here, course teachers are known as those teachers who teaches the course teaching practice, in especially it is known as Education 440 course number. The research question, how do they perceive? Then what are the primary issues and challenges to implement the teaching practice course? The review is not, I think, not necessary. The methodology I would like to share. The research adopted phenomenological research designed under the qualitative approach and interpretive paradigm. Participants were course teachers and they teaching practice in B.Ed level in constituent campus of Public University of Nepal. Participants were selected purposefully. Unstructured interview guideline was used to generate or to collect data. In-depth interview was taken with 6 different course teachers. Information were transcribed after multiple listening the recording. Course and themes were prepared. Member checking and follow-up interviews were applied. Interview transcript and findings to the study were shared with informants, and consent was taken from participant. Result and discussion. This study analyzes the teaching practice program based on gathered information and discussion. The study focused on key themes such as prospective teachers. The students who are studying in B.Ed and M.Ed are known as prospective teachers. Their participation or regularity, the role of course teachers, the significance of micro-teaching, test construction and analysis, support from cooperative schools, and the evaluation system. These are the themes, and try to find out the issues and challenges on each themes. The goal is to provide the insight into the strength and weaknesses of program and suggest improvement for better teacher education. These are the theme and challenges also mentioned here. Teaching practice course. What about courses? The perception of course teacher is teaching practice is the heart of teacher education. Without teaching practice, there it is irregularity issues. Main is the students' irregularity in teacher education program and other program also. Mainly teacher education and other program is different. It is like the practical subject, so they must be attend and regular. But the main problem is students' irregularity, and those students who are regular, they are also not enthusiastic and impact of eligibility. Though 80% attendance is compulsory, but no, our prospective teachers attend the 80%. Just they came perfunctory and they are like a tourist students. And negligence, they are negligent the course or their study. They are happy to fail also. They are not sincere on their study. Then course teachers role also that like the contradictory flexibility versus guidelines. Faculty of Education construct the guidelines, very nice guidelines, but our course teachers do not follow, do not apply strictly. Their flexibility is the main role of, main causes of decreasing quality of education. Then time allotment issues, 150 hours are allotted for the course, but within 2 or 3 months, some course teacher completed their courses. So students are not get chances for lots of practicing, micro teaching, peer teaching and other so on. Then weak monitoring. There is no mechanism of monitoring. Even every campus has the Department of Teaching Practice, but that is only for formality. Then micro teaching, practical to enhance the practical competencies, micro teaching is main responsible, but it is also perfunctory. In guidelines, every students have to teach 20 micro teaching classes, but they do not. Like that peer feedback. Peer feedback is more important than course teachers' feedback, but they try and assume to share feedback, and like that self-reflection. The students, they take their videos of micro teaching class, but they also try to take the videos, and there is no practice of self-reflection. Then test construction or question making and item analysis is most important for its validity, but our students are not sincere to make the questions. They know types of questions, subjective and objective, but they give instruction, long questions and short questions. They do not use long answer questions, even they neglect or they are not sincere. Yes.
Can you come to your conclusion because we are running out.
Then like item analysis, only mathematics teachers are able to do item analysis, other subject course teachers are also, they are confused in item analysis. And supporting our cooperating school, those schools where we send our prospective teachers to practice school teaching, they are less supporting.
Is it problems in policy or problem in implementation or problems in motivation or problems in teachers' ethical matters? What does it mean? That is my first part. And if this reaches is okay, then what type of future leaders, future teachers we are producing? So I think you understand my feedback and questions.
Okay, mainly here I talks about the 3 points. The one, what is ecology and English language teaching. then what are the opportunities and benefits of using ecology in English language teaching. That is the second point I here talking about. And then the third point I talks about what might be the challenges while we are using ecology in English language teaching in the context of Nepal. Okay, and generally we know that the ecology means the relationship, or what is the interconnections between the organisms and their environment. So all the relations between the different organisms and their existing environment, that is what we say the ecology. And the ecology is also concerns about the biodiversity, the sustainability, human interactions with nature as well. So how the human behaviors or our activities are interconnected with the nature. It is also concerns about that. And regarding the ecological perspective in English language teaching, it is the theoretical frameworks and that focuses on the interconnections between the language, learners, culture and cultures, society and the environment. So the ecological perspective in English language teaching concerns about the interconnectedness between the learners, their environment, the cultures and the society where they are learning English language. Okay, and the ecology in English language teaching means the interconnections between the language, environment and the education. So how the language and the environment or the context where they are learning the English language and how the education systems are connected among them, or they are interconnected, or how the education system, the English language and the environment are connected to each other. So that is what we call the ecology in English language teaching, and it is also sustainable and eco-friendly language teaching, and that focuses on the environmental issues through language education as well. So here it means that the ecology in English language teaching focuses on the environmental issues and how the environmental issues can be tackled through the English language teaching. And it also concerns about the green learning environment, and here the green learning environment we means how the different vocabularies like the biodiversity, like the natural things are connected with the English language lessons or the teaching. So in the ecology English language teaching, it means the combinations between the language and the environment where we learn the English language. Okay, now the relationship between ecology and English language. So generally these two terms are somehow different. So the ecology we means the terms related to the environmental science, and the ELT that means the related to the language education. So generally we seems these are the two different terms, but when or while we are connecting these two things, then how or what kinds of results might we get. So this is my main concerns of this research. And we know that the language teaching is influenced by the socio-cultural and environmental factors. So it means there are the various social and cultural factors like the different cultures which we are celebrate in our society, and that cultures and that cultural language is also concerns about the English language as well. So it means that when we are teaching the different topics related to the culture and the environment, then while we are teaching these topics within the classroom environment, but instead of teaching these topics in the classroom environment, then if we take our students in the very places, then we teach, then that might be more fruitful. So as for example, in our English curriculum, there is a poems, Pompous Pokhara, for example, and while we are teaching about Pompous Pokhara, and this is about the natural beauty of Pokhara, And instead of teaching these topics in the classroom environment, but if we take our students in the field of Pokhara, or if we take the field trips in Pokhara Valley and we take our students near the Phewa Lake, the Ranimon, or etc., and we are teaching these topics in the Pokhara Valley or the very place, then that might be more fruitful, more interesting, and more memorable as well for the students. So like that, there are the lots of topics in the English language regarding the ecology, like the sky burials. That is also the one topic that is related to the death rituals of the peoples of Upper Mustangs and the Tibetan peoples as well. And instead of teaching these topics, the sky burials in the classroom environment, but if we take our students in the field trip in Upper Mustang or Tibet, then we have to teach these topics in that very place, then that might be more fruitful and the students might be learn the language well. So here the environment, the ecology in the English language teachings, so it includes under the physical environment, that means the classroom settings, the cultural and social context. That means what I have already said, that all the ecological topics are teaching by taking our students in that very places, then that might be more fruitful, more interesting, and more memorable. Because if the students are learning some things from the field trips or by doing some project work in the very places, then that might be permanent learnings for them. So because of that, there might be the close relationship between ecology and English language. English language ecology related topics in the very field, but there are the lots of challenges while we are talking about the ecology and English language teaching and the eco-friendly ELT or English language teaching. So while we are talking about the eco-friendly English language teaching, especially in the context of Nepal, then there might be the challenges of the excessive use of paper and printed books, because while we are using the paper and printed books, then that might be disturbed, or that might be the wasted materials. After sometimes, then it may be degrade, or it may be disturb our environment. And when it disturb our environment, then naturally or gradually it may have the other side effect, and as a result the ecosystems might be disturbed. So in others, the lack of technology access for sustainable learning and the urban and the rural educational divide. So that means in the urban areas there are some different types of technologies. The teachers use one kinds of techniques, or there is the availability of the information technologies or the computerized technologies, but in the rural areas there is the lack of computerized technology. Even there is the lack of internet. So because of that, there is the differences between the urban and rural educational system. So because of that, we cannot conduct the eco-friendly ELT in Nepalese, especially in the rural areas. And in others,
can you come to the last part of it?
okay, sir. And then others, the insufficient teacher training. So there is, we talks about the eco-friendly environment. We are trying to develop the eco-friendly environment, but there is the insufficient teacher training regarding the eco-friendly environment, or how to teach the eco-friendly, or how to create the eco-friendly environment in our English language classes. Okay, and there are some benefits of an ecological approach in English language, because it enhances the real life situations. Because I have already said that while we are taking such topics related to the ecology, then if we take our students in the very places, then they might be learned well. Okay, for the sustainable ELT practices, there should be the use of digital resources, incorporating local environment topics, means the topics should be related to the local environment, and the encouraging outdoor learning activities. So instead of teaching in the classroom or within the classroom environment, then we have to teach our students outside the classroom, then that becomes the more sustainable for ELT practices. Okay, and then the integrating ELT in ecology in ELT curriculum. So,
Mr. Subedi, I think you have your time now.
Okay, sir.
So please
Okay,
start.
sorry for that. Okay, now let's talk about the conclusion. So, in overalls, it is said that the ecology and ELT must be integrated for sustainable learnings and the teachers, institutions and policymakers must adopt eco-friendly teaching methods. So if we integrate the ecology in the English language teaching by the sustainable language learning, like we providing the very places, instead of teaching English language in the classroom, but we have to teach the English language in that places where the topics is related. So like I have to say that if the topics is related to Pokhara, then we have to take our students in Pokhara, and if the topics is related to some festival,
subject to teach students, young people about being eco-friendly, how to be eco-friendly. But just think about it, because we should also consider one of the biggest part of culture, like religion. Because every religion, it doesn't matter if you mean Quran, if you mean Holy Bible, Vedas, which you are familiar probably, and everywhere is information, very short information how human should treat nature, because we received it. Yes. And I'm talking this as a completely unreligious person. But we can use this just to explain to the young population that they have to care about. And you can use this in the classes, and it will be, I think, very successful. Because you know, it's a huge problem, especially in the countries like yours, and or maybe I will give you an example from India. The holy temple of Yamunotri, starting on Yamuna River, and people are taking bath over there, and few meters below you have a toilet, and the water what you pee directly to the same river. This is hypocritic, you know.
First and foremost, I would like to inquire and ask about which type of ecology you teach in your class. Number one. I am asking this question regarding the Norwegian scientist Nies, who developed a theory of typology of ecology, in which we will find deep ecology and shallow ecology, because you were talking about nature and the culture. Number two, you talked about the sky boreal, air boreal system in Mustan. So in this regard, I would like to suggest you to read one book, Theories of Culture Change, written by Julian Stewart, which was published in 1956, where cultural ecology as a research agenda, not theory, that should be implied by the researcher who was studying or who is studying in Trans-Himalayan region regarding air boreal system. And then when you take your students to teach ecology outside your class, and what type of behavioral pattern, ecological behavioral pattern of students did you find? Whether it is heterophilia or homophilia. So, which are very important once the teacher will take his students outside the university, outside the classroom, to provide experiential education regarding nature and nature, man and the environment. Nature in terms of ecology, man in terms of social system. How they interact to keep symbiotic relationship between the natural science and the humanity in this regard. Thank you.
My study is related to the ecological perspective in English language teaching in the context of Nepal. So while I am taking the students, or while I am talking about taking the students in the very field regarding the to teach regarding the ecological aspect, like in ecological aspect we have the different cultural aspect, the social aspect, the religious aspect, all are concerns about that. So I mean that whether or if we teach the students such topics within the classroom, but instead of teaching within the classroom, then if we take our student in that very places, then what kinds of impact or what kinds of impressions, what kinds of learnings the students get? I wanted to get that. Okay, thank you, sir.
The main purpose of this research is to increase students' engagement in learning language using parallel. And the two research questions, one is how does integrating parallel in teaching foster students' enthusiasm in learning language, and what are the perception of EFL learners towards usage of parallel in learning foreign language. These are the two questions. And why I chose this topic and research. As per my experience and after reading many research articles, what I found, lack of students' engagement in the learning process. Students are very silent. They are not eager to participate in different activities, maybe because of teacher-fronted teaching. And problem of student attention span in the classroom. They cannot concentrate much on any topic. They quickly shift their attention here and there. Another is reluctance in writing tasks because of lack of writing habits and mechanism. So because of this, I thought integrating parallel might help them engage in the learning process. As we are talking about language, without student involvement, how can they develop their language proficiency, maybe skills and aspects, right? If they do not read, how could they develop their reading habit, reading skill, comprehension others? And if they do not speak, how can they develop their communicative skill? If they cannot listen to, and how can they develop the listening skill in foreign language, in English? And Parallel is the web-based platform that functions as a digital bulletin board and more than that. So yeah, let me with the workshop not just say. Okay, it works. Yeah, it's a parallel. So these are all parallel. I and both of us, all of us actually, student and myself, created, and we can create it easily. It's not difficult. So we can go it and we can pick up and we can customize our learning, subject matter, chapters, whatever we say. We can do it easily. I'll come back to it again. Yeah. Next is action research. Action research is systematic inquiry carried out by practitioners to solve their problems, issues, or to improve their profession, right? Or to solve daily issues that arise in the process. So that's called action research, and we can say it is problem oriented or it is limited. That's the action research. This is action research design for my study. Why parallel? I think I'll not go for this. It's a collaborative learning tool, functions as virtual bulletin board, I told you before, and can be used in online discussion platform, supports multimedia integration. We can upload the videos, audios, or we can slides and whatever we wish to do, or audio, we can do that. And they enables peer learning and self-assessment. They can assist themselves, or they can help one another. They can comment and encourage other friends to continue learning. And they can, if there are any problem, they can help one another. I employ the tool assessment of learning. It's user-friendly, it's not difficult to learn because there are not many, they don't need much technical skills. This doesn't require any technical skills. And contribute, this study has shown that it contributes developing and strengthening English language proficiency. So I have used these two theories, basically Vygotsky's social interaction. You know, learning happens through social interaction. And as we are talking about language, if there is no interaction, which is difficult for students to develop their competency, language competencies. But social interaction with the use of tools, one is that, another is connectivism. They learn through different medium or media. Maybe you talk about using Wi-Fi or maybe different media or maybe social media and all these things. So here today I'm just saying it's ongoing action. It's not finished. It's the halfway, somewhere halfway. And today here I'm just sharing my experience. Till now, what experience I have got while using Parallel as an action research. My experience, I engage students in learning process. When I use it, and they were engaged in learning process. For example, we can see here, you can see students are doing, and same one more thing is there, they write lot of things, they comment and they encourage one another. So these are the students writing, but sometimes the problem, some students do not have that smartphone, so I ask them to write and upload them later. If their device doesn't work, they can write in their notebook and they can upload it later so that they can get feedback either from facilitators or from their colleagues so that they can communicate, they can help one another. Okay, that's the same. And then support one another in technical as well as learning subject matter or anything. So what I found, they were very much enthusiastic in helping. If there is some technical problem, one another, they are ready, they are very excited to help one another. At the same time, if they find some mistakes or errors, they also very actively help one another. That also, that created actually very lively environment in the classroom. So that encouraged me also and other also to do that. Because as I told, next. Then what we did, we had kind of commitment. Every day we have to write few sentences. Whatever we learn, we have to write. So write some sentences every class, either in Parallel or notebook, and I encourage them whatever they know about the topic without worrying about mistakes and errors. So they are very much worried about mistakes and errors they commit. And I asked, why don't you write? So my spelling is wrong, my grammar is wrong, and everything is wrong. So it's my handwriting is horrible. And I told him, no, don't worry about this. That's secondary thing. We can go them again. Okay.
Can you just conclude?
Thank you, sir. And then I encourage them, we'll do that together. Don't worry about spelling, don't worry about grammar, just write whatever comes to your mind. Then we discuss all these things later on. Now they are less hesitation. They have less hesitation in writing.
They will remember 80% of the topic of you want to learn. But if you just tell them, it will be 10%. If you show them, it will be 20 or 30. I don't remember properly. But this is what you are trying to implement and tell us that you have to look, because some information were already published, already done. So look at this book, you will find it very easily. Mike Robinson, he published in 1980, maybe 80, even 80. There is a book exactly about the topic what you mentioned. That we need to involve our students to something, just to make them busy with something. Like you mentioned here, like mistakes and help each other, this kind of things.
Mini research that I carried out in my own class. Feedback is well-known technique all over the world in classroom practices. Even within feedback, I'll be focusing on peer feedback, not on teacher feedback. Role of practices of peer feedback in English classroom. So I'll be focusing on that. The presentation outline will be like this: introduction, research questions, objectives, methodology, result, discussion, conclusion and implication. Tribhuvan University Faculty of Education, Office of the Dean has designed a course 544 for the students of M.Ed 4th semester. The name of the course is ELT Seminar and Report Writing, where students, they conduct lots of seminars within the course, and there the students, they provide their peers with feedback. So what is the practice? Is the practice effective? In other classes and in the same class also, teachers' feedback also is in common. And what is the difference between teachers' feedback and peers' feedback? So, focusing on peers' feedback, I have carried out this qualitative research, and my research question was, how do peer feedback practices enhance students' language skills in university level English language classroom? That was the question. After reviewing, what I found that my question, this research question was not answered, so I carried out this research, and objectives were explore peer feedback practices in university level English language classrooms in Nepal, reveal how these practices effectively promote English language proficiency among students. For finding the answer of this question, I use two methods. One, open-ended questionnaire, and next one, classroom observation. I got help from one of my students. She was Ranju, and she was the student of the same group to distribute the open-ended questionnaire. And as subject teacher, I observed all the feedback sessions myself, and I noted down, I collected data. And after going through all these qualitative data, I triangulated the information that I collected and the information that was collected from open-ended questionnaire. I coded, categorized, and developed themes, and then I resulted my information, and I tried to conclude, and I discussed my finding, and I concluded. And as the result, or as the finding of the research, what I found was peer feedback was both opportunity and challenge for the students. Many students perceived peer feedback as opportunities in the classroom. So through peer feedback, they improved their English language skills, all the skills, listening skills, speaking skills, reading skill, and writing skills. They listened presentation by their friends, peers. They also went through the material presented by their friend, and they, while giving feedback, they practiced their speaking skill. And to speak, they noted down, they wrote on their diary. So all four skills of language were practiced, and they had a kind of collaboration
during these sessions. Their peer feedback session developed collaboration among them. And there was a kind of learning community. And while listening and speaking, reading and writing, they developed their confidence. At the end of the seminars, so many seminars, students were more confident. Besides these opportunities, feedback sessions were also challenges for them. Because all the students, they did not interpret, they did not perceive peer feedbacks positively. Some of them, they could not understand it in an appropriate way. Feedbacks were interpreted in different ways also. There was a kind of misinterpretation. And some students, they hesitated to give feedback because their feedback was not perceived positively. Some of the students did not perceive it positively. They perceived it negatively. And so there were some negative reactions as well. Therefore, what it was found that in many of the cases, for the many students, peer feedback sessions were fruitful. But for some of the students, peer feedback sessions were challenges as well. And the results were discussed in this way. I found there was active engagement in the sessions. All the students were busy. They were preparing for the presentation. Well, some students were presenting, others were making notes. And they also were busy for reviewing their peers' material. Every student was busy. So there was nice engagement. And critical thinking. So they critically thought about the feedback provided by their friends. And there was reduction of anxiety in the classroom. And how I concluded is, peer feedback were beneficial for many students. They were taken as opportunities for learning new ideas. And peer feedback also misunderstood, that created some misunderstanding. Sometimes their peer feedback sessions, they broke the relation among the students as well. So what was concluded as an implication, it is suggested that the teachers and all the students, they must be well instructed, well oriented before conducting feedback sessions. This is my implication. This is the implication for the study. Students must be well oriented so that the feedback sessions cannot be misunderstood. Okay, thank you so much. I have the list of references also, but I could not show it.
Thank you.
So I tried to present my finding of my research in a brief way. I tried to be as brief as possible. If there are any queries, please, I would like to.
Because we do a peer review, and sometimes we also have negativity and we have positivity.
Yes.
I wasn't sure that your review have some negativity. I think you maybe have to take that into consideration. Because sometimes peer review can discourage you, so when you, and then it will be biased if you pick only positivity. And that's my first aware about that. The second thing, that what did you find in terms of theoretical contribution how to. When you talk about these kind of things will improve your study, your skill, but it doesn't have how to. So maybe add it up, when they say something, what you have done was wonderful, you have encouraged to do that, or there are details in there. I think they maybe have some rich data in there and bring it up. This study would be perfect that if you have how to. Thank you very much.
The medical assistants, if the doctors are not with the tourists, they have to provide the counseling, that the psychologist, that the counselor, so that I try to find out what are the language barriers they are facing in the real ground while they are providing service to the tourists. The objective is to find the challenges that the tourist guides face in multilingual and multicultural environments, to analyze the experiences of tourist guides dealing with language barriers, and to identify effective communication strategies used in multilingual setting. How are they managing to make the tourists understand from their broken language structure? I conducted a narrative inquiry for my research, and this is qualitative research. I have proposed sampling strategy for this research, and interview was conducted for this narrative inquiry. Open-ended questions and collected data were analyzed for findings. When I tried to find out about the tour guides' stories, my tour began because I had to find them. So I started finding them by visiting the different hotels where they go to receive the tourists for their tour. So I visited at least 30 hotels and trekking agencies to find the tourist guides. And I got 20 tourist guides numbers, but they were not available. All of them were not available. Few of them were available to give the interview, give the data that I wanted. So it took almost 15 days because time and again if they get the job, then they have to go to the different areas with the tourists. And out of 20, I got only 8 participants, 8 respondents as my sample, but all of them were not still available. I could meet only 5 of them because they had some family problem and some they couldn't give time. Now, when I sat with them with my questions to reveal their stories, what really is happening in their journey, whenever they go in some destination with the tourists, what is happening and what are they learning, what are they facing. The narrative inquiry was conducted in Nepali language and I transcribed it in English. I have kept some Nepali version also. Let me give you the language barrier that they faced with some stories. What they responded, in the beginning when they were the tourist guide, for example, respondent 1, a 37 years old, who already served for 17 years in tourism sector as a tourist guide. And he told me his story when he was the beginner as the tourist guide, tour guide. He had the habit of telling everything that he knew in English. For example, he gave his own example. If he finds 3 trees in front of him when he began the journey, he started explaining them. Oh, these 3 trees are, this is people or this is bird or something like this. But if he doesn't know the third one, he kept quiet because of language barrier. He didn't know the name of the third tree. See the language barrier? Because of language barrier, he had to stop. I have tried to connect this with subaltern's theory of marginalization. How the marginalized character is suffering because of language linguistically marginalized society, linguistically marginalized group of people. And from their responses, what I have found, most of the tourist guides, they come from low economic family background because they have no options and they have come to tourism sector to get some job. Have we ever thought about bringing university graduates as the tourist guide, tour guide? Have you ever thought about their language expertise to make our guests understand our culture? They are explaining what they know if they have vocabulary deficiency. I will show you the vocabulary level here, how they try to make the tourists understand. Most of the time they took the words like very, many, good. They didn't know the word sufficient, so they had to say more money, more water, more place. Likewise, for the negative expression, every time they use the word not. This is good hotel, this is not good hotel. So, I eat, I not eat. This is what language barrier is working in our tourism sector. And do we expect our tourists get fully satisfied from our service? Providing the luxury hotels is not the main thing. Providing the good trails is not the main thing. How can we make them understand our culture? It depends more on the tourist guides' activities and expressions and explanation, who spends much of the time with the tourist in the real field. I have tried connecting this research with the subaltern's theory of marginalization, because the people who come in the tourism sector as the porter, as the tourist guide, as the tour guide, a well-to-do family boy doesn't come. Who comes? A poor family boy, a man who has difficulties to run the family but doesn't have experience. If you don't have experience, come to trekking area. Come as a tourist guide. You will easily get the job. So, if we are discussing about the development of tourism, are we discussing about these very crucial but minor issues that we say? Are we trying to bring them to the mainstream? This is the big question today. Socio-linguistic theory and language barriers is also connected. Here, tour guides are the marginal people in tourism industry who are facing language barrier. And this is what I have found. I have included some stories. Let me tell you one short story. Once a tour guide went to Gandruk with the tourist, but the tourist happened to fall down and broke his leg. At that time, the tourist was from Korea and he wanted not to take his boot out because it swells up and this will not be good. But what happened? The tourist guide, he took it out. See the action because of language barrier. This is all happening because we are not competent in our language. So, policies, plans, facilities, luxuries are the important things. Language and the person who delivers our culture, traditions, practices, values, norms through our language is very important thing. This is what I found, and there are some recommendations also.
Thank you. I guess, these are your conclusions also.
Yes, sir. These are my conclusions.
Thank you very much.
This is a kind of academic paper which you are presenting. In such a paper, the researcher or the writer must go through some authentic literatures in order to authenticize your work. So here you sometimes call tour guide, sometimes call tourist guide, and sometimes you did not talk about trekking guide, number one. Number two, in the very beginning, that you have to start from the work of Eric Cohen, who for the first time in the history of tour guides, in the history of tour guide studies, he defined what tourist guide or tour guide is. If the researcher doesn't know this literature, and he will not understand the whole his work, number one. Number two. Number three, you are the Nepalese researcher, therefore we find many different types of tour guides in Nepal. Nature guide from national park, trekking guide from the mountain, and the city guide or tour guide from the city. So we cannot easily use the term, sometimes tourist guide, sometimes tour guide, and sometimes, because tour guide are quite educated, you know. And I am the person with the help of tour guide, I introduced tourism education here in this country, in Nepal, in 1993, for the first time. And that is the reason why we are here, at this knowledge-based platform. So this reveals that how tour guides are important. And that will be informed by the literature of Eric Cohen. And if, well, because this work did not show anything, Gyan Neupane is the Nepalese professor who is teaching in USA. And he is the one who has studied on trekking guide in Nepal. Before his study, there was Gurung. Gurung studied on to trekking guide and published in 1976. And I may be wrong, 1976 or 1996. So there is a book. There is a book on tour guide. So if you go through the book on tour guide, you will come to know who are the guides. Why guides are important. And you did not talk about interpretation. He was F. Tilden, who studied on heritage interpretation in 1955. And that will provide us a lot of information what tour guide has to interpret. So these are the things we need to consult such type of materials in order to make scientific research and scientific report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From the ground who are providing service. So thank you so much. I will include your suggestions in my research. There was a conversation. The man from the Italian family, where he was looking for a girl named Fatima, and he was asking another guy, where is Fatima? And the receptionist replied that Fatima is eating her daughter. So very horrible situation. The guy mismatched the word feeding with eating. So from there, the idea of English proficiency deficiency came to my mind. So in my presentation, in my research, I have divided it into 7 sectors. Before going to my first introduction, let me give you a background about the education system in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, the education system is usually following 3 kinds of curriculum. One is the national curriculum, and another is the international curriculum, which is run by the Cambridge University, and also we have madrasa curriculum, which is dedicated by that means the religious group of people. So those who study English international curriculum
and those who study madrasa curriculum, they usually do not come to the tourism industry. So what left? The national curriculum. In the national curriculum, we have this problem of evaluating students only for writing, but the other language skills remain unnoticed, like listening, speaking, and reading. Mostly listening and speaking. So when we come to the tourism industry, we need the speaking and listening the most. There are different types of barriers which make the communication the problems like that I have mentioned. So when I started my research, I found that that in terms of tourism, English is a crucial issue. English proficiency must be there. And if we consider from 2017 to 2021, there were actually 19.10 lakhs tourists visited Bangladesh, and it was recorded by the Ministry of Civil Aviation, and the revenue came 12,000 crore. So to address this tourist, this deficiency in the English proficiency also needs to be addressed. So universities, those who are providing different courses in tourism, these are also like the traditional classrooms, like the national curriculum classrooms, where the speaking and listening abilities, the skills were not noticed. So in my research objectives, I wanted to identify the language skills that were required in this sector, hospitality and tourism sector. And I also wanted to find out what kind of challenges the student face while coming to this sector. And there were some gap, the expectation from the managerial level, the administrative level, with the outcome that the students are providing. So I also wanted to find out that. And at the end of my research, I also tried to give some recommendations. So in my literature review, I want to quote, these are the summary of some of the findings that I did. Jaya Kumar in 2014 found that the hotel managers expect that hotel management graduates needs to be willing to perform. They should have good general knowledge, effective teamwork, organizational commitment, good personality, and initiative skills. Qualifications were not rated as important characteristics for employees as skills. Prihandu in 2019, he also focused on the 4 language skills must be learned to be successful in tourism industry, but it is surprising that the ability to write is at the top priority. Prabhu in 2015, he says, English language proficiency is the prerequisite for a career in hospitality. So this is also a summary that I found out in my literature. English is a lingua franca, and English must be given priority in tourism and hospitality, and there must be an emphasis on all the 4 skills, and if students are skilled enough in English language skills, their opportunity or the employability opportunity becomes higher. And what are the expectations that I have found out in my studies from the industry, that means the managerial level. So industrial knowledge plus communication skill is the key career success factors, and many employers prioritize practical skills over formal degrees. And international. Yes.
Could you please come to your conclusion?
Yeah, I'll do. So in my methodology, it was a qualitative research. So I did some interviews with 20 students and 6 managers from different hotels, and I collected the data through interviews. It was Bengali and English mixed collection records, and then what I found out, there were some findings from the student side and also from the workplace. So students were feeling anxious and they were afraid to speak in English. They mostly had difficulties understanding the foreign accents. And coming to the workplace challenges, employers struggle with speaking, listening and pronunciation. And while writing, they were struggling with the spellings. And there was also the accent barriers. Okay. And I had also some recommendations, recommendations from for the students and also from the manager's suggestions. English, these things came from the students' interview. Like they wanted practice zones, they wanted debates, seminars, and they also wanted industry-specific English courses. And the manager's suggestion...
To provide the token of love to the sessions here, I'd like to request the senior tourism entrepreneur Ganesh Bhatrai on the
Well, we had 7 presenters, and of the 7 presenters, all important, equally contributing. But we had 2 such presentations, one from cultural...
And I'd like to request Michael Apollo to join the token of love awarding session as well.
Of 7 presenters, and 2 were related to tourism, and also one for teacher education. But the rest of, the 5 such presentations were directly or indirectly related to English education, right? So I think it's quite a mix-up, different kind of presentations that brought into forum very pertinent and timely issues. And definitely we're very thankful to all the presenters. Let's give a round of applause to them. Thank you very much.
A good listener makes the speaker good. Good listener makes the speaker good. Our research fellows, they have done different work, they have done different places, and they are coming here to produce their something else, what they have written. They are in the way to perfection. Perfection is always in the degrees. All the time we will not find what is in our mind and what the researchers is doing. Therefore, I apologize again that communication changes the behavior of the people. One, and the next is, please try to make your speaker good, having so self good listener.
E-marketing in Butawal's restaurant, despite the increase in internet usage, only 20% of small and medium-sized restaurant in Butawal and using online marketing strategies. Barrier to adoption, restaurant owners Butawal often lack digital skill within their ability to implement and benefit from e-marketing. The infrastructure required for effective digital marketing is still understand in Butawal. There is a mismatch between existing e-marketing strategy and the specific consumer behavior in Butawal. potential benefits, e-marketing could usually improve how these restaurants reach new consumers and engage with existing ones. Utilizing digital marketing could also enable restaurants to gather valuable consumer feedback and data, enhance their service quality and business strategies. Needs for research. Despite these potential benefits, there is a significant lack of studies examine the specific factors that affect e-marketing adoption in Butawal. Our research question: what are the factors affecting the acceptance and implementation of e-marketing by SMRs in Butawal? In this, an impact of the acceptance and implementation of e-marketing on marketing performance is perspective by SMR's top management in Butawal. Our research objectives: to identify the factors that affect the acceptance and implementation of e-marketing by SMRs in Butawal. Next, our objectives: to assess the impact of e-marketing acceptance in implementation on the marketing performance from the perspective of top management in SMRs in Butawal. Our research gap we are finding: existing research Kumar and Saha 2022 investigate digital marketing trend across Nepalese SMRs but lacks depth in the specific application to the restaurant industry in Butawal. Gautam and Singh 2024 focus on digital marketing tools adopt rates without exploring the effectiveness on strategic fit for local business in Butawal. Identification gaps: statistics implementation lacking, provides studies have not specifically explored how marketing studies are specifically adapt to the unique consumer culture and economic condition in Butawal. Local consumer behavior overlooked. There is a difficulty in understanding how consumer behavior influence the acceptance and success of e-marketing study in Butawal restaurant sector. How this study address the gaps? Tailors making statistics, consumer behavior analysis. We have find literature review, theoretical review, technology organization environment TOE framework. What is it? A framework that examine the influence of technological organization. Yes. Okay, sir.
Yes.
Next. Now, our friend Prakash Isi continue this now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nanasa. As per our research, we have done some conceptual framework on dependent variable and independent variable. And independent variable, we have a technology contest, organizational contest, environmental contest, and marketing performance, which we have been mentioned on the project. There is some hypothesis we have done, and then we use the methodology, that is research design methodology, quantitative and descriptive methodology, and method we have adopt the cross sectional survey design, as well as population of the study. We have taken a population of 525 active SMRS based on local record of municipal, business, regulatory, and restaurant association, and we have a sample of 222 SMRS. And sampling technique, we use the proportional stratified random sampling. As data collection, we have used the self-administered queries, respondents, owner, general manager, and marketing heads. And instrument, we use 4 key section, demography sections. We adopt the Cashwell and Cashwell 2018 approach. Forms character, we use the Kosik and Selling 2018 approach. Determinant of e-marketing adaptation, we use the David 1989 and definition of innovation theories, Rosa 2003. In marketing performance, we use Menduku, Mapinginzri, and June 2016, and California, and Alex Cadwick 2019. I want to hand over my customer.
Okay, thank you, Barkasa. Still, we have left times. So I will be discussing about the measurement scale. Basically, I will be telling about the research methodology. Regarding measurement scales, only 5-point Likert scale is used. And the questionnaire has been drawn from different sources, that is, which has been given on the screen. Kiwase and Salasa in 2018, and Motuski and Magnum due in 2016. And then for our expert validations, for our questionnaire validations, we have also taken 3 experts. Similarly, pilot testing has been done on 30 restaurants. And for data analysis, I have been using SPSS version 30. And for this, I have been using descriptive analysis, and we have been using inference analysis, and reliable test. Cronbach alpha has been used to check internalized consistency. And similarly, ethical consultations has been done to all the participants who have been the participant of our research. Similarly, for data analysis and results, reliability validity has been found less than 0.07, which indicate that all the variables which has been used in our studies still seems to be reliable. And these are some of the descriptive statistics. We can see the genders, age, and qualifications, and work of experience, nature of work, and all these things has been used in descriptive statistics. And similarly, in table 2, we can see on the screen, because these are all the results which has been found in our study. But I would like to show these all things in our discussion sections, because there has been taken 3 hypotheses has been taken, that is technological context, and organization context, and environmental context. And similarly, marketing performance, as you can see on the screen, because all the details information has been shown in the screen. Relative advantage has been found significant influence, and also supportive support. It is alignment with all the Madhavi tools. This has been shown on the screen. And similarly, organization context also has been found somehow significant in event, which has been seen on the screen. Similarly, environmental context. Whenever we talk about the environmental context, this also has to be found somehow. It's supported with the results. As you can see on the screen. And similarly, marketing performance also has been somehow positively affects with the performance, which is alignment with the study which has been shown on the screen. And similarly, talking about the conclusions, e-marking in bottles, talking about the small and medium restaurants are still at an early stage, and male managers dominate the field, and female involved is minimal. Top influence factors is a relative advantage, customer pressure, and market score. And yes, obviously, e-marketing definitely boosts the marketing performance, but there are so many SMRs, clear statistics and technical infrastructures and budget is not still clear. And talking about the implications, yes, SMR should, the government should have to create a clear e-marketing plans, and should have make digital tools a part of long-term growth. And talking about the governments and services must provide different kind of policy, technical and financial support to different kind of SMRs in Bhutan sub-metropolitan city. And similarly, they must also have to collaborate with all the SMRs to strengthen all the restaurants which are operating in the Bhutan. And limitation is also there. Focus only on restaurant, not other SMEs. And use only quantity data is used in our research. No in-depth interviews and opinions. And we did not explore how many factors, what factors interact and correlate. And these are some of the future research. If in this research, if you include other sectors and other cities, that will be very beneficial to all the SMRs. And we do not have use in coming futures. It will be very great if we will use qualitative methods, and if we apply advanced models. Because of the time, so we are running out of time. So thank you. So with this note, I would like to wrap up my presentation. Thank you. It's kind of SMRs.
SMRs.
E-marketing.
E-marketing. Okay. It's just an inquiry regarding the validation of your research. How would you defend or justify it?
Yeah, because for internal consistency and for reliability and consistency, because
that is reliability.
Reliability.
My concern is regarding the validity of our research.
Because the validity for our research is that we have been drawn different kind of questionnaire from the different experts. Because we have already discussed in our research methodology sections, I guess because of the, you can see we have done for our reliability and validity, because careful things has been done, and at the same time we have been taken 3 experts for the validations of our questionnaires, which has been shown already in our analysis.
Here I mention only some of the findings, because in order to present all the matter within limited time, it is quite difficult for us, so that I only mention some of the findings as well as other things. Me Yuvraj Lamisani from Janaprakash Multiple Campus. Okay, abstract that is mentioned in the book, but only some of the matter or some of the main matter which are mentioned over there, that is given over here. This research examined the role of higher education in promoting green tourism and economic sustainability in Pokhara using mixed method approach. It explored the contribution of universities in fostering the eco-friendly tourism practice and economic reliance through the education and policy recommendation. Likewise, introduction, Pokhara, it is famous for its natural beauty, and tourism potential faces the challenges and balancing the economic growth with environment.
Go forward.
Okay, I easily complete within 10 minutes, sir. I prepare according to that, because time frame is already provided. Because of that, I prepare according to that. Okay, economic growth with the environmental sustainability is that tourism remains a key driver of the local economy. Integrating the sustainable practice has become imperative. Higher education institutions play a crucial role in setting this transformation by fostering the environmental awareness, promoting the green tourism initiative, and equipping the future professional with the necessary skill to implement the sustainable policy. Through the research, innovation, and the community engagement, academia can act as a catalyst for the responsible tourism development while ensuring the long-term economic sustainability. This presentation explores the intersection of the higher education, green tourism, and economic sustainability in Pokhara, highlighting the best practice challenges and the future opportunity for the more strong and the eco-friendly tourism industries. Here is given some of the research objective. Some of the research objectives are to analyze the role of the higher education in promoting the green tourism and the sustainable economic growth in Pokhara. Likewise, to assess the impact of the academic institution in fostering the environmental awareness and the responsible tourism practice. Likewise, next one is to explore the integration of the sustainability principle into the tourism related curricula and the research initiative to identify the challenges and opportunity in the higher education for the sustainable tourism development. Likewise, to propose the strategy for recommendation. Here is literature review, and I don't want to read out this. Likewise, methodology. Here I mentioned only some of the major methodology which I use in this paper. Here I use mixed method approach that may be qualitative as well as quantitative. Likewise, for the data collection, I use survey, interview, and the case study method. Participants are university students, likewise faculty, policy maker, and the tourism professional. Role of the higher education in the green tourism. Here, educating the future leaders, likewise research and the innovation, community awareness, industry collaboration, policy development, encouraging responsible tourism. These are some of the role of the higher education in the green tourism which I mentioned in my paper. Likewise, economic sustainability and the higher education. What is the link in between them? Here, with the help of this economic higher education, we can able to create the job, likewise business model and the ecotourism entrepreneurship training program for the tourism professional. Here is result and discussion. This study shows that higher education plays an important role in promoting the green tourism and the economic sustainability in Pokhara. Universities has introduced sustainability focused course, research project, and the community engagement program.
helping students and the professional to understand the importance of the eco-friendly tourism. As a result, more students and the tourism professionals are becoming aware of the importance of protecting the environment while supporting the local economy. Many university-led projects have helped business adopt greener tourism practice, and the academic research has influenced the local policies. However, there are some of the challenges. A major challenges is the lack of the funding for the practical sustainability program, making it difficult for the university to go beyond the classroom learning. Additionally, there is a gap between the university and the tourism industries, limiting the real-world application and the sustainability ideas. Despite these challenges, higher education has led to positive changes, including rise in the ecotourism jobs and increase the use of renewable energy. Stronger participation and the better funding can further improve the role of education in shaping a greener future of Pokhara. Likewise, there is mentioned some of the policy recommendations, strengthening the university industries partnership, incorporating sustainability in the tourism education policy. Likewise, government support for the research and ecotourism initiative. Here is some of the conclusion, and the conclusion are higher education plays a crucial role in promoting the green tourism and ensuring the economic sustainability in the Pokhara. By integrating eco-friendly practice, research-driven policies and the skilled workforce development, academic institutions can drive sustainable tourism growth. Collaboration between the university, government and the private sector is essential to create the environmentally responsible tourism model. Similarly, investment in education, innovation and the sustainable tourism training will enhance the Pokhara global reputation as an ecotourism hub, and a long-term commitment to education-driven sustainability will ensure economic prosperity while preserving the Pokhara natural and the climate cultural heritage. Thank you.
Because whatever we are feeling, we are touching tangible things. Metaverse is entirely different from that. That what we imagine, what we take as a fictional movie, but it is come to the reality nowadays. So I am trying to review some most advanced research from good data source, Web of Science, and I have reviewed those articles, and it was so fantastic as well. And they are using metaverse in the tourism also. And now we are talking about the sustainable tourism. We should not look only for towards the traditional way. We should look for the technology also. So with the advancement of information and technology, we need to find a super connected power of how to collaborate those technology with the tourism. So the metaverse tourism or meta tourism refers to a novel form of tourism that enable individual to experience overseas the destination virtually. So for example, every time it is not possible to go physically or to experience physically. We are human beings, we are getting old day by day, and our interest is emerging every day. We want to go, feel, visit everything. But now metaverse is making that happen. We can use VR works, we can use augmented reality over there. So these are some advantages over here. Global reach, enhance the pre-trip planning, sustainable tourism promotion, immersive cultural exposure, and crisis resilience and marketing and brand performance. So I think this figure is not that much visible over here because of the small screen, but it is showing the trends, how the technology are developing from the fax age to now it's metaverse. Even we know the Facebook has changed its name to Meta, going beyond of the universe. So these two are AR and VR. VR is virtual reality, which we can see using the VR box, whereas augmented reality, it is using the real situation but keeping something digital avatar or some exposure over there to give a good experience. So if we see the next second figure over there, if we show our camera over some pictures, it will give the information over there. Because now we already listened about different panel sessions. They said that there is need of guide. Now we don't need guide. If we keep a real exact information over there, every tourist can get information from there. So the objective is to find the area where they are studying over there and how to find the potential opportunity from there. So this study will help in advancing the research, find the trend, and what are the emerging themes over there, and it will help to the future research over also. So talking about the methodology, I have used Web of Science as the database, and that was analyzed using the Excels, and both we are also used for their word cloud mapping. So one thing is that I extract this information on November 12, 2024. So it is to be reminded that this data are until that period. So literature sorts go through 3 steps. First one is keyword sorts. After that, title and abstract, and finally to the introduction and the conclusion. And then those information were sorted using the Prisma models, where I have found 968 data when I was used the word metaverse. But when I go to funneling it down to the tourism marketing, I have got 15 best documents, and those are above 2 citations. So this is the keyword visualizations, where we can see that the metaverse is used the maximum, and tourism we can see at the last is the rear. So we can find that there is a very big gap that we can research over here. And while looking at the publication by country, China is in number 1 till now. So this is the trend of emerging, where metaverse is increasing from 2021 drastically, and it will go for furthermore. And these are the research area. I don't want to discuss more over here. And these are the 15 documents that I have reviewed. 4 of them are from cross-sectional research. And this is my meta table, where I have used those all documents, finding the research gap, and what are their findings, and what is their future research agenda, and how the metaverse is disrupting the tourist behavior. So the first thing is that it magnifies the connection among customers and customers. Now people believes on customers rather than the seller. So word of mouth is quite important, and technology is working as the word of mouth, because if we are sharing something, then our friend circle will like it. They will visit there. They want to visit there over there more than the seller promote themselves. So how metaverse disrupt before, during, and after travel? Before is if they see something virtually, that will encourage, that will stimulate them to visit that place. Talking about the during, if they are going with the face-to-face interactions along with the experience of augmented reality, it will give them the plus point for their experience. And after is, now the time is for recording our memories. Wherever we go, we spend more time in taking photos rather than we enjoying the exact place. So that is for our past memories, we can see for later when we are getting old or something like that. So while synthesizing the outcomes from those reviewed papers, the first one is it creates the customized and co-created hybrid experience, positively influence the tourist interaction and revisit destinations, encourage with the metaverse, moderates the relationship between social pressure, attachment, and revisiting destination. This is the quite important things, because if we are getting the same thing in online or in virtual environment, same thing as in the physical, it will give us more pleasure over there. So it is acting as the disruptive trend. So we are always talking about traditional. Sometimes we need to think beyond of the box, out of the box. What people are enjoying over there, what things help us to know more about it. Because now tourist guides are not easily available everywhere. If we use metaverse over there, it will be fruitful. So metaverse could be used for marketing, CRM and SRM as well. So one of the notable findings is Generation Z. Generation Z customers are more eager about this because they are IT friendly, they want to learn more about it, and they want to get some fantastic experience from there. So while looking at the practical contributions, that now we can see it from the 3 sides. One is from the policy building side, one is from the customer side, and one is from the service provider side. These all 3 parties can use this as their practical contributions, and the research gap is still the research are limited over here. We need to find more practical experience. We need to find what are the research gap over there, what because every culture they experience the same thing in different way. So we need to find in cultural way.
Okay, look at this. Okay, please come.